pom-pom people.
Kasey Kurtz.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
We should just go program box. It's a thing in the business, just like a picture-in-picture on Aaron while the open plays.
He loves it.
Look, does nobody get excited when the show starts? I get excited.
I
do too. But
just not today.
But I don't even. He's got like the.
Yeah, I got sound effects going.
Hello.
I got impressions going. We got
Impressions of who,
impressions going.
What are you doing impressions of? You mind sharing?
We got the guys on the show. We got Brent Martineau. We have Kasey Kurtz. And we have Aaron Schachter. What's the big deal?
We better laugh or we'll cry. Talking about the Jags for another 3 hours today.
What a depressing day for all of us, huh?
Nah, we're used to it, man. That happened like 2 days ago.
We're used to it.
I mean, that happened 2 days ago, man.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that was like way yesterday morning. I'm already on like Tuesday. It's
It
like
really
Tuesday
does.
already.
It feels like a week ago, doesn't it?
I'm not lying, though. I have a problem. Like a lot of them.
Yeah,
you
plenty,
do too.
actually.
And so do you, Kasey.
Who doesn't?
But I'm telling you,
Kasey Kurtz.
I think
Sorry, it's just in my head. Go ahead.
I think I've never heard Kasey laugh so loud. We're just gonna laugh for the first 20 minutes of the show.
It's cathartic.
It is. But I seriously have a problem. You know why?
What's that?
Because I think I woke up 4 times last night, and every time I woke up, I was thinking about the Jags.
That's
I'm
not
not
good.
kidding.
You need a vacation.
I am not kidding.
That's just awful.
I'm like, I'm trying to process this. And I'm thinking about just all sorts of stuff from, the throw, the interception, to, I can't believe he said what he said. Like, can I go wait for him to get home at the airport and make sure he knows that wasn't a good decision?
You could have, but you end up on a list.
Probably.
Casey's been on that list before. All the graphers are on the list.
Trevor, just one thing before you go. Can we talk about this again? Like, how do you feel now 8 hours later after you flew home?
You think he'd give you a different answer?
Maybe. And, I mean, it's funny, though. I'm like, I have an issue. Like, I have issues. Do we all do this? Does everybody wake up and thinking about, like, in the middle of the night, thinking about the Jags?
No.
Like, I do.
I didn't think about him after like 12:30.
And by the way, like, I tried to put it down yesterday. I mean, we went an hour on the post-game show on Action News Shacks. Like, we were talking about it, and I was like worn out. I was like, how many more times can you do this? And it's 5 in a row like this. Like, really, this is way more excruciating than some of the other ones. Now, listen, the other ones are miserable. Like, there's a difference.
Yeah.
Like, when the Jags have lost in the past, it's miserable. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, you just know. Like, I've said this a couple times this year. You know going into the game they're about to get blown out. No, like, you know it. Like, there have been many times these last couple years and over my 15 years where you just knew, like, what's going to happen today and how bad is it going to be? Or is this going to be the one-off where the NFL kind of works itself out and they, like, at least threaten the other team?
Yep.
Well, that's not the case right now. Now you're going into these games and you're like, how are they going to find a way to lose it? And how excruciating is this going to be?
Is it going to be a regular loss or a really painful loss is what you're saying?
Well, all of them have been painful. I mean, it's ridiculous, like, how they're losing. Yet, at least they're giving us some entertainment value, I guess, and giving us stuff to talk about. But I was, like, fatigued on it.
Yeah.
Yesterday afternoon, I didn't even really tweet that much. And then I got started thinking about it again. And then I threw out my October stat because I really looked it up. My October stat, if you didn't see it, was they did something, this franchise, which has been full of futility, has never done. They lost 5 games in the month of October.
It's like impossible, yeah.
It's almost impossible because calendar-wise, it doesn't happen
You only
often.
get like a shot once every 4 or 5 years or something.
Yeah, it's like there's 6 of them, I think, in franchise history. And they've lost 5 games in the month of October. Like, they hit a new level of futility. They have never been 0 for 5 in a month.
1 for 5. Nice.
And now they did it.
Welcome to the winner circle.
Congratulations, Jaguars. And did it in just, again, like, it's not it's not improbable. Like, I'm trying to think. Remember, didn't the Jets beat the Cleveland Browns this year? They scored like twice in the final, like 80 seconds.
The Steelers game is what you might be. Yes, they scored twice at the end of the game of the Browns game.
Yeah, like the onside kick and stuff like that. Well, it's not like that kind of improbable where you're like, oh my gosh, they led with 80 seconds to go.
Win probability was 1% improbable. Yeah.
But if you do look at the win probability for the Jacksonville Jaguars over this last month, go look at, that ESPN does that thing?
Yeah.
Which I don't even really pay much attention to it. They are in the lead, they are in the win probability margin. It's on their side.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes bigger than others for almost the entirety of the game.
Well, look, we pick the games every week. We pick the Jags game because Kasey wants to make someone a villain every week. But every week they're not the underdog. They're the favorite in a lot of those weeks.
Yeah, well, they've been the favorite. Now going for the Vegas game, they're going to be favorites again. I think this is the 5th week in a row.
It's crazy.
Vegas. I thought you were smarter than that.
It's a little collusion on the betting there. Vegas working with Vegas.
So where are we at? Are we over? I mean, are we over this thing? I'm not. I mean, I'm not really over it, but I've kind of moved on. But I'm not. Like Trevor Lawrence. I've got problems with. I like Trevor. I've defended a lot worse quarterbacks around here, and I'm not giving up on Trevor. But I think Trevor needs to get going here, and I'm concerned about him from a mental standpoint of just too much negative, and how do you dig through that? And I believe there's a 3-game sample. Justin Fields, people are talking about Justin Fields today. Mm-hmm. You said it this morning to me, Kasey. Look at Justin Fields. And then I tweeted just a short time ago, I heard these things about Trevor Lawrence after week 3. 2 games in a row, and Trevor Lawrence was, hey, here he is. Look what Doug Peterson's doing. We were all saying that, in fairness. Mm-hmm. A lot of people were saying that around the country, not just like here in Jacksonville. Sure. And now look, 5 weeks later, you're like, uh-oh, are you scared? So that's why these samples aren't big enough. And even Justin Fields, he's had some really nice moments the last couple of weeks. He's worked through more mud this year than Trevor has had this year. Now, Trevor worked through more mud last year than anybody, maybe in the history of the game as a rookie quarterback. So I'm not here. What I think it takes, I said this morning on Monday Morning Madness, I think you got to give me like 3 games. Don't give me 2 games because I've seen that from Trevor, and it doesn't matter. I need 3 games to feel like you're on the other side of this and start believing that, okay, this is who it is, or is this just part of the roller coaster ride that you're a young quarterback? And by the way, being a young quarterback in the NFL, there is a roller coaster ride to it. I mean, that's part of it. For a lot of them, not all of them, I know others, but hey, Josh Allen's the best quarterback maybe in the game right now. Maybe, arguably. I know Patrick Mahomes, others, you take your pick, but you get what I'm saying. It wasn't pretty early on for Josh Allen now.
But it also wasn't ugly as late as it's going to be now.
I don't know. What
was it 2 full seasons? I don't think it was.
I think it was pretty strong through a year and a half of it.
I'll go dig back through the game logs, but I think by the end of the 2nd year, you started to see who Josh Allen was.
Oh, by the end, but we're not there yet. That's my point.
Well, you're halfway through. You're halfway through the
games.
2nd year. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. So, I don't think it turned on for Josh Allen game 16 of his 2nd year. I think you started to see these numbers.
Yeah, I don't know.
The back half is where he started turning it on. Like, not the huge passing numbers, but like 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
What did they do? Did they win those games, Kasey?
Yeah.
Year 2?
Yes. Yeah.
See, what did they finish that year? Do you remember?
10-6.
Oh, wow. They were 10-6.
Yeah, but like at the end of so from week 10 on, they went 4-3, 4-2. I can't do quick math. But they won a lot of games in a row there because like 256-3, 231-1, 208-2.
Yeah, it really started coming together for him.
They were kind of winning around him then.
Well, he was taking care of the ball more.
Yeah.
Right? Early in the season, 1-2, 0-3, 2-1, touchdowns to interceptions.
What year was that again? Is that 19?
19, yeah.
That's an interesting comparison because you hear everybody else wants to compare it to the Mahomeses and Herberts and what they've done, right? And Lamar Jacksons and others. But I think Josh is an interesting example because they worked through some mud with him, and he came out on the other side, and he's unbelievable right now. And what's this, year 20, 21, 22, 5? This is year 5 for Allen? And he's just, last year really clicked for him. Last year was the year, but...
Also, it shouldn't surprise anybody that he really took that huge step forward the following year, and that's his first year with Stephon Diggs.
Yes, and a lot of continuity, and he grew a lot. They were patient, and he grew a lot.
Sure.
And he had some just puzzling, there was a reason why Jalen Ramsey said he was trash.
He was throwing
he
like
kind of
trash.
was.
Yeah. He was slinging it. He was inaccurate. That was the rap on him, right? He could throw far, but he can't throw it accurate.
Yeah. He started out 2020, so the 3rd year, 12 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yeah.
The third year, he was 12-1.
Look,
in the first 4 games.
Both him and Diggs had Pro Bowl years that year.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's one thing if Josh Allen has the Pro Bowl year and then the other receivers are just guys. But, I mean, he had that counterpart there.
Well, here's the thing, too, and this is the mind-numbing part about the Trevor stuff. And I believe this, and I don't know how it would have worked out completely, but I think a lot of us agree, a lot of people in Jacksonville would say, if he doesn't throw the interception against Houston and this one yesterday, they win both those games. Don't you have a good feeling about that?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know, of course, but I mean, they have a good feeling
Just
about
seems that way. The turning point plays.
Well, right now, what is he at? Touchdown interceptions, 10-6.
I thought it was 9-4.
He was 9-4 going into the game. He got his 10th touchdown yesterday.
10 to Ingram and then 2 interceptions. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so 10-6. Well, so here's the significance of that. Let's just say he completes passes, or maybe he doesn't even. But now he's got 10-4 or 11-4 or 12-4, and they have 2 more wins. Now we're looking at a guy who's, you just told me Josh Allen in year 3 was 12-1. There's a real possibility if he doesn't make these dumb mistakes near the goal line, he's 12-4 in year 2, and he was 12-17 last year, and he's already equaled his touchdown mark halfway through, and they're 4-4. And there's so many. That's 2 plays.
Yeah,
that's 2 plays. And
this is
there's
what
other
your
plays about
frustration
Trevor.
is, though.
And that's why it's frustrating.
Yeah.
That's why I've seen a lot of people today on social media. Hey, a lot of people are after Doug right now, which I understand being after Doug. But a lot of people are after Trevor and really wondering, and they have been really for his career, but really the start of the season in the bad games. But then I've also seen a lot of people say, listen, there's a lot of good stuff there. And I agree. I think there's a lot of good stuff with Trevor. But when you're 5-20, there's a lot of mud to dig out of, too. And right now, he's got a lot of mud to dig out of because of his own mistakes, because of the way this team and franchise have been in his time here. And I just worry about that part of it. I'm more worried about him from a mental standpoint, having to fight through this stuff, than I am worried about him from a physical standpoint.
It makes sense. Like, this guy, it seems like the world is starting to crumble in on him a little bit from a fan perspective.
Yeah, because he feels it. He wears it.
I mean, how could you not? It's all over.
Yeah, but he's also savvy and smart enough to understand where this franchise has been. I think that matters to him. I think it matters to him that he was the guy that's supposed to turn it around. And I said this morning. Right now, he's the guy holding them back from a couple of wins.
Yeah,
that wasn't supposed to be the case.
Yeah. He's got to be sensitive to that. Yeah.
We got a lot more to get to. I just texted Maurice Jones-Drew. You ready to go at 3:20? And he said, you really want me to talk?
Oh, boy.
Well, hell yeah, we do. Let's visit with Maurice Jones-Drew, MOJO on Monday. Oh, happy Halloween, by the way. You all excited?
You're gonna break the diet? We got treats?
Not for Reese's Pieces. That's
we got treats.
Whoa,
We got Kit Kats.
wait a minute now.
Got Hershey's.
We'll have ET. Let ET have those.
Treats for the boys.
We'll be back on ESPN 690.
Talking about
Brent and
the
Friends on a
alien?
Monday.
Phone home? Okay.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly sunny and warm for your Halloween with isolated storms mainly north of I-10. Daytime highs will be in the middle 80s and will be in the 70s for trick-or-treating this evening. Overnight lows tonight will be in the 60s, and Tuesday is warm again. Partly to mostly sunny skies, highs in the mid-80s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sema.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
Hey, poker players! Best Bet Jacksonville has another exciting poker tournament series for you. The Card Player Poker Tour is coming to Best Bet Jacksonville from October 27th to November 14th. This tournament series is packed with excitement and features 15 different poker tournaments, including a $1,700 mystery bounty event with bounties ranging from $500 up to $50,000, and the $3,000 no-limit hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th. Go to bestbetjax.com to view the tournament schedule.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com. Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 and a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Jeep Adventure Days. Trade in that Jeep you've been driving for years and get a brand new one from your local Jeep headquarters. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Westside. We've got the selection you're looking for. Compass, Wrangler, Cherokee, and Grand Cherokee. Don't forget about Gladiator. It can do it all. See our inventory at jackscjdrwestside.com. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue, Westside.
Dave Benyon with Zero Res. October is birthday month for Zero Res. I can't believe it's been 18 years since my wife and I started this business. It has been such a pleasure serving you, the good people of Jacksonville. To celebrate, just say, Happy Birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you $75 off your cleaning. That's $75 off carpet cleaning, tile and grout, upholstery, area rugs, or granite countertops. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums will apply, so give us a call. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At CDW, we get sometimes your teams have to be in two places at once.
Tell me about it. Our team lead needs to be at a wedding this weekend, but the big presentation is on Monday.
No need to panic. CDW experts can help you implement Citrix Workspace. It allows secure access to desktops from any device. Management is easy, and everyone in your office can stay close to their files and apps, even during the cha-cha slide.
Well, talk about having your cake.
And eating it, too. IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/Citrix.
Hey, it's Brent Mortno from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent AS Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. Hey, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. What a big weekend we just had in Jacksonville. A bunch of high school football, of course. The Georgia Bulldogs beat the Florida Gators in the River City. Florida State with a nice win. That sets up a showdown with Miami, if you want to call it that. And then the Jags in London lose again in 5 in a row now. And, you know, essentially, I said this again this morning on Monday Morning Madness. You can catch that show 8 a.m. until 10 a.m. every Monday with Kasey and I. And, you know, the season, from an outside standpoint, it's not going to be relevant in late November and December. This team is not. Now, inside and, you know, underneath everything, there's a lot to be done here. You've got to get Trevor on track. They have got to figure out how to win games. Like, if they could somehow win 4 games in the last, what do we got left? 9? that would be important. Like, that would be a big thing. So there are things to play for and that are big, but they're not going to be relevant. Like, they're just not. They're 2-6, and they're basically out of it in the AFC South. They're 3.5 games behind the Titans, and they're not catching other people, and they're not I don't think they're going to win the next month. I don't think they're beating the Raiders. Now, the Raiders looked awful yesterday, but I don't think they are, and they're not beating the Chiefs, and they're not beating the Ravens. So, like, they might be on an 8-game losing streak, and they were 2-1 blowing people out.
They were ranked like 4th or 5th in people's power rankings just a month ago.
It's unbelievable. Maurice Jones-Drew, make some sense of it, man. I mean, sooner or later, just win a freaking game. What's going on here?
Well, first of all, I have to. How many hours do you do of radio a day? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Too many.
And what's going on? Like, we need to figure that out. Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, it's my.
Maybe we start there first, and we figure out how to get those hours cut down a little bit, so we can, have a more fresh, energized Brent Martineau in the locker room. No, I'm just joking. I think you said it best. Right now, they're finding ways to lose games. Being down on the goal line, I got a chance to get up early and watch this game. Being down on the goal line, Trevor, that interception, you can't have that. No matter what, that can't happen. You have to live to play another day. You have to find a way, especially when you get in the red zone, you already have 3 points in your pocket. So you have to find a way to either get the ball out. And to me, the play call was a little questionable just because you ran for so many yards. Why wouldn't you just run it down there again? Right?
True. And that's the big debate in town, Maurice, right now is, okay, are you blaming Doug Peterson or for putting Trevor in that position, or do you blame Trevor for making the throw and making the decision? And, like, I think you can blame both, but then I said this today, and I know it doesn't seem like it makes sense, but it's 100% on Trevor. Like, if he's playing high school football, you coach high school football. You've got to know that in high school not to throw that. It's 1st and goal. You already made the mistake 3 weeks ago doing the same thing against Houston. So I'm not giving Doug a pass on it. I don't know why he didn't run the ball either. But and if he does it again and he calls it, then shame on him. They should rip the damn play out of the playbook. But Trevor's got to know better, right?
No, and I think you're exactly right. The play call wasn't the best play call. Trevor didn't execute it, and he threw a pick. Like, you can't do that. All right, you go up 14-0 at that point, Denver's done. You stick a fork in Denver. They were teetering to just dismantle the whole team. To be honest with
destruction.
You, they were going to start trading everybody if they don't win that game. And so you had a chance to put them out, and I think that's where the growth has to come into as you continue to play the game. And again, look, we didn't win many games when I was there, and I get it. But those are the mistakes that we were making when I was there. When we had a chance to really beat a team up, we didn't execute and really put our best foot forward. And so in those situations, you're kind of repeating the cycle of what's been going on in Jacksonville for a long time. The Jags have always played well in London. It wasn't the best game. And so for me, you have to figure out a way offensively to help your defense out, right? The defense was playing really well until probably the last couple drives, and that's because they were on the field a ton. And so you can't continue to put your defense out there and put them in harm's way and expect them to get stop after stop after stop.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit of both. Here's what I said, MOJO, today, and this has been a big discussion. I think at the end of games, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but you played it. I feel at the end of games, when it's time to finish, that's when, like, the really good players rise up. And now you can have one-offs where other guys do it, but I use Von Miller as an example. And we know all the legendary quarterbacks do this too. Or maybe a big-time wide receiver makes a play like McLaurin yesterday for Washington. But the big-time defensive players like a Von Miller, he might be quiet for like 55, 57, 58 minutes of the game, but he goes and delivers the one big play that puts the game away, seals the deal, closes it out. And right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars, in that situation, I'm not sure if they have anybody. ETN was fantastic, but you're not going to run the ball in the last 2 minutes. And Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker and Foley Fatukasi, those guys up front aren't making the big play to slam the door shut. So they have good players, I think. They have some talent, but they don't have maybe enough like blue chip guys to go make the winning play so you can get over the hump.
Well, I think if you look at what Philadelphia has done, right, with A.J. Brown, They knew that their quarterback needed to make that step. They made the trade for A.J. Brown. All of a sudden, Jalen Hurts looks unbelievable, right? But he's that guy that you talk about. When you need a play, they're going to throw it to 11. If you look at Cooper Kupp with the Rams, if you look at Deebo Samuel, now Christian McCaffrey with the Niners, like, you want to get those blue chip guys. And I think you're exactly right, where you've drafted in the top 5 or the top 10 a ton of times. Someone has to pan out and be that guy. And I still believe Josh Allen's that guy. You have to make a play. You have to find a way to affect the quarterback or protect the quarterback, or the quarterback has to be your blue chip guy to make that play.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this situation, you know, they're still figuring it out. And the problem is this, and this is, I think we have to kind of temper our expectations, right? Because last year was so bad, and Doug Peterson came in, he was a breath of fresh air, and he'd won a championship, and the Jags started off well. And so we were like you said, I was one of the people like, the Jags should be in the top 5 power rankings, and look what they did and all this and that. They're still rebuilding this roster. For whatever reason, they're still trying to find a way to rebuild this roster. And so you still have to temper those expectations. But like you said, there's a lot to work on, a lot of growth that needs to be made by a lot of players. Obviously, your quarterback, receivers, you know, the O-line, the D, everyone has to get better. And as you continue to develop and get better, you should start seeing some of these things change. But right now, you know, we have to temper our expectations.
I'm concerned about the psyche of Trevor Lawrence. He is a guy that won all his life. He's never faced this kind of adversity from a losing standpoint, from a what is going on with my game? Why am I throwing these things? We talked about confidence a couple of weeks ago, but you played with a guy in Blaine Gabbert. You saw some of this stuff. Like, it's hard to overcome it when the hill gets so big. And he's 5-20, Mojo, and he's making now 2 really bonehead mistakes on the goal line this month to actually lose football games. He was brought here to win games, to flip the organization. He knows that. That's an enormous amount of pressure, but he was the talent. He was the guy. He was the number 1 overall pick to help do it. And right now, he's not doing enough to help them win. In fact, he's kind of aiding in their losses. And so how much does that weigh on especially that position and that guy? I bet it would weigh on any player, but that's the guy that gets the most scrutiny.
No, it will for sure. I'll say this. You have to remember, you know, and I always tell people this, you have to be careful drafting guys from schools that win a lot, because 90% of the time in college, those guys have the best players around them. They have the best defense, the best coaches. They've spent the money, and, you know, they have the best facilities and all those things. And so a lot of times, you know, he's used to being able to throw a slant a little bit behind the receiver. The receiver grabs it, is able to take it to the house, and he gets away with that sometimes. Those become obviously bad habits because they're validated by the success that you've had, right? Winning a national championship, playing in multiple college playoffs. In the National Football League, that's not how it works here. And so for me, it's like you have to, whatever he has going on psychological wise or physical with his arm throwing the ball, like that pick he threw the pick he threw to end the game against the Broncos was behind Christian Kirk.
Oh, it was terrible. Yeah.
That's an issue. That's a mechanical issue. You know, the very simple thing is to throw the ball outside. If you're throwing an outside breaking route, the ball has to be outside. It has to be outside unless there's a corner sitting there and you're trying to stop them. But they're playing man-to-man. That ball should have been outside. And so it becomes one of those things where you may have to just reboot him. Like, look, let's go back to the basics. And let's just get the basics going. And let's just start doing our day one install. Whatever our day one install, those are plays that we're going to run as much as we can because those are plays we rep the majority of the time. Those are plays he's most comfortable with.
That's what they did with Russell Wilson, by the way, this week. It sounded like they went all the way back to like the basic install.
And that's sometimes you have to do that because when you're putting so much on a guy's plate, kind of gets overloaded a little bit. And like I said, he's used to playing with the Ross kid who went undrafted because of a neck injury, or he's had big time receivers and playmakers always around him. Clemson has put out a lot of guys, right? They put out a ton of players, and unless you get him a number one guy that he can just throw the ball up to, you know, it's going to be tough for him to make the perfect throw, play in and play out. I know Christian Kirk is a great slot receiver, and he does a lot of things for the Jags. but can you throw a 50-50 ball up to him?
No.
And so sometimes you got to be able to do that. You got to be able to have a play where the quarterback can just, okay, I don't know where to go with the ball. I'm going to throw it in my guy's area and go make a play. And to be honest, if you look at what, again, this is just being around the league, if you look at how more explosive the Arizona Cardinals are offensively with D-Hop, it's because they can just throw the ball up to D-Hop and he can go get it, right? You can look at, the Philadelphia Eagles we just talked about. They're so much more explosive because A.J. Brown's there. The Buffalo Bills, they weren't that good. We saw that team beforehand. Until Stephon Diggs got there, they were struggling. Now Stephon Diggs is there. He's the guy you can throw the ball up to, and he'll go and get it. And so
Miami.
I think Miami. I mean, Tyreek Hill, right? So I think the next play for the Jags is saying, okay, we got the quarterback, we got one of the receivers. We need to go find us a top-notch receiver that can go up and get the ball, right? That can be a playmaker that has the attributes and the qualities of a number one wide receiver. And there's things that come with that as well. There's attitude that comes with it. And there are different things. But, Trevor Lawrence has to be able to have a guy that he can count on, right? They've tried Dan Arnold. They've tried other tight ends to be that guy. They've tried other receivers to be that guy. It just, you have to find a guy to help his maturity in this game grow.
The superior college, superior players take is an interesting one for me as it relates to Trevor Lawrence, only because, when Dwayne Haskins comes out of Ohio State throwing 50 touchdowns and then NFL scouts are like, yeah, but can he do it in the NFL? As a fan watching from the couch, watching the TV and all the experts, you go, wow, that's a slightly insulting question to ask about this kid who just threw 50 touchdowns this season. But at the same time, when Trevor comes out and is called a generational talent, and that is echoed by literally everybody in the industry. You didn't find anybody really throwing any heat towards Trevor's way on the way out of college. To see it go down like this, I think I kind of get the knee-jerk reaction from the fan base, even though if the right answer is patience, I kind of get where everyone's come from, Brent. Don't you think that kind of adds to the mountain of negativity?
Well, I'll say, let me say this. I was one I got kind of picked on, and Brent, you saw it when Trevor was coming out. I said in the big games, he didn't win the games by throwing. He won the games by running, right? And a lot of people got on me about that. But when you look at if you just take the big games, the playoff games, Trevor didn't throw the ball exceptional. He would throw. He had some good throws in there, but when they needed a big play, he took off and ran, QB draw or a read option, and he took off and scored from 50 or 60 out using his legs. And so maybe that's something the Jags may want to look into. He's a big guy. Maybe you want to add him to your running game, and you use that as a way very similar to what the Bears are doing with Justin Fields. He's struggling a little bit, so let him use his legs and let him get out and stress the defense another way. And maybe that settles Trevor down. Maybe that's what Clemson found out, is that to settle him down, he needs to run the ball a little bit, and then we can get going. But if you go back, and I challenge all our listeners, I challenge you all to go back and look at those college games and those playoff games and see what happened. And I think that will kind of show you a little bit what's going on now.
Maurice Jones-Drew with us, Mojo on Mondays. And you know what I remember? I'm trying to think as you're saying that. I remember having a conversation with you. I don't know if it was via the phone or maybe it was at a draft or a Super Bowl or maybe it was, I don't know if you ever even go to the Combine and maybe I saw you there. I remember where it was, but I know you had some of those concerns and more concerns than maybe other people did about Trevor coming out. Not that you weren't a fan of it, but not maybe as, whoa, look at this. And, I will say this. People have thrown around generational, and I understand the expectation goes way up. He is supremely talented in a lot of ways. He makes some throws that are just ridiculous. He's a very good athlete. He has some really good qualities. You can see why people pegged him as a top flight star and prospect. It makes sense. And by the way, he never lost, and he handled the college stuff and came right in and handled it and beat Alabama and all those things. So, I can see some of it. The problem is, Doug Peterson didn't label him that way. The Jags didn't really label him that way. The people on the outside labeled him that way.
Right.
And now he's supposed to live up to it instead of just learn to be a quarterback. And so that just adds to your point, Aaron, the mountain of expectation. And when you don't deliver early, all that does is add pressure. And, man, I got to get this done. And then you press. I'm still convinced that he tries to make plays too much, when he could have just thrown it to the Tom Brady jersey in the first row on that play, take the second down play, save your coach from a bad play call, and then hand it to ETN or QB sneak, and now you're up 14-0. And he's got to learn to do that, Mojo. I mean, the good ones know when to not go make a play. And I don't know if that's youth, stupidity, bravado. I don't know. But the good ones know when not to make the play. But also, the good ones with rifle arms usually make some boneheaded throws.
Well, I'll say this. A part of being a quarterback, and it's something I teach a lot of our young kids, and I've learned this from different coaches I've been around, different players that I've been around, and obviously different personnel people. People think playing quarterback is just, oh, he could throw the football, or oh, he could do this, and look how athletic he is. Ooh, like, no, playing quarterback is also being the head coach on the field, right? I have to be able to think like a coach on the field. Oh, man, okay, we're going to run sprint right option on the 1 yard line. If it's not there, I'm going to throw it away. I'm not going to try to make a play there. If it's there, I'm going to make a play, right? I'll throw it. Or maybe I'll try to run it in, whatever it may be. But you have to be able to think outside the box. You have to be able to be in the game, but also be thinking about the ramifications. There you go. Ramifications.
You got it.
There you go. Ramifications of your actions, right? And so there he tries to make a play when you didn't need to. It was 1st and goal on the 1. You didn't need to make a play. 4th and goal on the 1, you make that throw every day of the week.
That's good. Yeah, very good call. Yeah,
it's
right?
interesting. Go ahead, Mojo.
I was just gonna say, 1st and goal, you don't do that. So at the end of the day, it's and I don't want to say maturity, because it's not that he's immature. It's that he's young and he hasn't been in these situations before. He hasn't been in a game where you've been losing. Again, you talked about it. In college, he never lost, right? So or he lost once, I think, late in the year or whatever it might have been. But you haven't been in a situation where you lost 2 or 3 games in a row and you're starting to feel the pressure of trying to make a play, and you don't do it because you understand how to play the game of football. You understand that it's not just about you, it's about everyone, and that you're just a guy that's supposed to dish the ball to the open person. And when you need to make a play with your legs or with your arm, you do that in occasion. You don't do it all the time.
You know, the guy that was drafted right after Trevor was Zach Wilson, and up in New England, he had a pretty rough weekend this weekend through a bunch of interceptions. Rich Cimini, after the game, works over at ESPN, tweeted a quote. Tweeted a quote. It is your fault. Thanks, Mojo. He tweeted a quote from Zach Wilson, and I'm reading this quote going, man, Trevor could have said it. Like, I don't think Trevor would say something like this, but listen to this quote. You guys tell me this isn't what we're talking about. This is from Zach Wilson. Quote, every time I get out of the pocket, it just gets frustrating to throw the ball away. That's what I've done the last 4 weeks to put us in a good position, but, you know, to turn the ball over and for us to win. So I need to be able to keep doing that when something's not there, but it gets old and getting out and not seeing anything there.
It's a great quote. I saw the quote in Mojo. That's what we're talking about, man. I mean, that's hard when you want to make a play. You want to be the guy to flip the organization. You want to be the guy to win the football game. That's bravado. That's actually confidence. It's also stupidity at the QB position when you're in your own end and you're rolling out and throwing across the middle, or it's 1st and goal and you're about to take a 14-0 lead and really put a team away.
How much love was Zach Wilson getting when them beating the Broncos like 19-11 or whatever the score was? They went on a run where he didn't do much of anything.
No, he did not. It was the Breece Hall show.
And you were the greatest quarterback to ever play the game.
They loved him.
Anything negative about you.
Loved him.
To me, that's selfishness.
But don't you think for guys like Trevor, being considered a game manager is like one of the ultimate insults for these guys?
Not really, because I believe every quarterback's a game manager. I don't think a quarterback can be a playmaker because he needs 10 other guys to do their job in order for him to be successful. So your job is to manage the game. Even Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Like last night, we were watching Sunday Night Football, and I said you can't be happy about the Josh Allen improvising plays where he's improvising and running all around the field and throwing the ball and he's scoring touchdowns, and then you get mad at him when he does it and he throws picks.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't do that because that's what you're praising him for. So you got to understand, you got to take the good with the bad.
Same
and
animal.
It's the same for these quarterbacks. It's the same animal. You're getting praised for not turning the ball over. What makes you think that you can, like, well, I want to be the man now? Like, no, that's selfishness. We're here to win a championship. We're all getting compensated for certain things. Quarterbacks are graded off of wins and losses. The good ones are. Yeah. No one cares how many yards you've thrown for. No one cares. They rate you off of Super Bowl rings and wins and losses. If you look at Tom Brady's career before he got Randy Moss and before he went to Tampa, he wasn't throwing the ball all over the yard. They were running the ball He wasn't making mistakes. They were playing great defense. He has 7 Super Bowl rings. 7. He's considered the greatest quarterback of all time. And yet, now that he's put in a position like most quarterbacks have been, he struggles and he doesn't look good.
Yeah, he's being asked to do too much.
All over him. Yeah, people are all over him about it. And so, to me, if you're the quarterback, you're a game manager. Your job is to make sure to put your offense and your team in the best situation, play in and play out to be successful. If you can't do that, they need to find someone else to go in and do it. And again, credit to those coaches for the Jets during that stretch when they were winning, because he wasn't turning the ball over, and they were winning defense and running the ball. And now all of a sudden Breece Hall goes down, and then Zach Wilson feels like, well, I got to be the man. And now look at what happened. You take a nasty loss to a team that you probably should have beat.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a really good conversation, by the way. And I think it kind of, you talk enough about this stuff and you hit on things and you're like, and I agree with you. Brady example is a very good one. Think about Brady right now in his career. And you think about what are the plays that are etched in your mind of like, holy cow, what a throw, what a play. Not many. Right?
No, and the ones that are to Randy Moss and Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah, or they're in big clutch moments, but they're just like normal plays. What you guys are saying are right on the money. Like Josh Allen's going to make this crazy play. Patrick Mahomes is going to make a crazy play. And because this is a sports center kind of world we live in, like that's cool. And then you buy equity if you make the bad plays like Josh Allen did last night, some stupid plays. Now they still win. You really buy equity if you still win.
Yeah.
But Trevor has not given I asked somebody this yesterday. I was like, what are the highlight plays of Trevor? Like, I think he makes some throws that nobody has ever made around here that I've watched, but it's not ending up on SportsCenter.
Well, to your point, you've been asking that question all season.
Yeah, he hasn't made enough of those to wash away the bad ones. But what we're all talking about right here actually plays in the favor of the people that are mad at Doug Peterson. Because what they did with Saleh and the Jets is say, listen, we're not going to put you in this situation. We're going to hand it to Breece Hall.
Yeah.
And they should have done that at the 1 yard line. Don't put the kid in that position to mess up with his bravado, confidence, or just youthfulness, whatever it is, and inexperience. Hey, I got to ask you about Travis Etienne. I feel like a star was born yesterday. Did you feel all the way from California that the NFL took notice of Etienne during that game?
Oh, no question. He's been balling, right? And I think he fits that system that they're trying to run, that kind of shotgun, pin and pull system. His skill set shows very well in that. And so to me, I'm still upset they traded James Robinson, because I still feel you need 2 backs in this league, regardless of how good the first one is. If you look at some of the teams that are having success and some of the teams that aren't having success. But the way he's playing right now, my God. That's why I question, why are we doing a rollout pass on the 1 yard line on 1st and goal? Why are we doing a sprint out? It makes no sense when the guy's running like that. And then you come back to take the lead and you run the ball 2 or 3 times in a row for him to get the touchdown. Right? So it's like
at least they learned.
Yeah, I guess we learned, but it's just like that could have, we don't have to put ourselves in it. And again, I'll say this. Doug Peterson, I think, is a great coach. I think he's a very aggressive coach. If you go back and look at that Super Bowl they won, he was uber aggressive, and that may be his style. But he was uber aggressive with a quarterback that's been in the league a long time. He was uber aggressive with a quarterback that's had success in the National League as well. It's hard to be uber aggressive with a guy that's coming off the season that he had last year, with the coaches that he had last year, and then try to think that he's going to be able to have this water off a duck's back mentality when he, like you said, he's climbing a hill, a mountain of expectation and a lot of disappointment in the last, 25 games.
Yeah, absolutely. Maurice Jones-Drew with us here on Brent and Friends on ESPN690. Etienne, it is fun to watch now. This is...
Can I put what he's done in a small piece of perspective here? I want to read you the attempts of the top 6 rushers in the league. Spoiler alert, Travis is number 6 by rushing yards. Listen to the attempts from number 1 to number 6. 163, 166, 126, 121, 98, 92.
So he's got 92.
He's got 92 carries.
Who's got 98? Lamar Jackson?
98 is not Lamar Jackson. It's Aaron Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But again, another one of these backs on a team with no other competition back there, right? This is like a 3-down back. Josh Jacobs, even though there are some backs on Las Vegas, he's pretty much carrying the toll for them because they're going to run him into the ground this year. Nick Chubb, lone back in Cleveland. Kareem Hunt not necessarily getting all the burn that he used to get. Derrick Henry, lone back in Tennessee. And Saquon is the only thing going in New York. And then there's Travis Etienne, the first time this year being the lone featured back, but still up there for a year's worth of rush. The guy's having an out-of-his-mind season.
Maurice, he's 6.2 yards a touch, man. I mean, how crazy is that?
It's insane. Again, I think it's a credit to their offensive line. I think it's a credit to their offensive scheme, and I think it's a credit to his ability and why the Jags took him first in the first round with Trevor Lawrence, right? Again, we talked about two guys from the same team that were very explosive in college, and you're trying to mimic that in the National Football League, which you're mimicking the running game. Now you have to try to mimic the passing game of it, and how do you do that? I think you just need to add another playmaker that he can throw the ball to. It's so funny because the Rams, right, they're trying to figure out how to use Allen Robinson. But remember what Allen Robinson was for the Jags? Like, he was your 50-50 ball guy.
Mm-hmm.
Lake would just throw it up, and he'd go make a crazy catch.
Could use one of those guys here.
Yeah, we should bring him back.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you need, regardless of what goes on, I don't care how good the quarterback is, even with Peyton Manning, they had Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison. Obviously Tom had Gronk, and early in his early years, he had some other guys that were making plays for him. But you need a guy. You need a guy for your quarterback to be able to say, here, I'm going to throw this ball up, and I know you're going to come down with it.
Did you just?
And if you can't.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
I was going to say, if you don't have that guy, now it's on the coach to scheme those guys open, which is hard to do every play.
I want to ask you about this, and I'll let you go. Did you see the trade Bears just sent while you were on the phone with us? Roquan Smith to the Ravens.
Oh, wow.
Second round and fifth round pick, I think it is.
Second for Roquan, huh?
And Baltimore's all in, Mojo. How much will that help the Ravens? And what's your reaction to Roquan Smith? I guess it's not a shock he's moved at this point because he wanted to be moved before the season even started, I think.
Yeah, he made that request in the preseason.
I keep telling you guys, I don't get these GMs and these teams trading talent, like good talent away. Like I would say, have you not learned in Jacksonville to trade away all your talent and then going back into a rebuild year after year after year? I think, Roquan, first of all, has been playing lights out all year. You just traded Robert Quinn, a guy who had 18.5 sacks for you last year. Now you trade your middle linebacker who was probably leading you in tackles. I don't know their stats, but I'm sure he was leading you in tackles. And for me, when you look at Baltimore, a linebacker is not what you need. I mean, I guess you can have two of those guys. You have the kid out of Patrick Queen, and now you have Roquan. Those are going to be two tough middle linebackers to deal with. But what about a receiver that Lamar can help with, Mark Andrews?
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on, let's help our quarterbacks out in these situations. You don't want to pay Lamar the money that he's earned and that you should be paying him, right? But you don't want to help him either. But you want him to stay there and be your quarterback. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think so. I mean, listen, I think they could actually pick off the Jags tree a little bit, and maybe even a guy like Marvin Jones would help out Lamar Jackson at this point and with that offense and with that team. But to be honest with you, I don't want to see Marvin Jones go because I don't want to take anything away from Trevor. This is about development. But I get what you're saying. And I'm not saying Marvin Jones is going to lead him to a Super Bowl, but I'm not sure who's giving up their top flight wide receiver, so might have to settle on a guy like Marvin Jones.
But I think that's the point, right? To the earlier points we were making, maybe no one wants to give up a top flight receiver, but look out if the Ravens ever get their hands on one. Because Lamar Jackson is a super talent. They could run with anybody, it seems like, in that backfield based on the schemes they run. Defense is always taught. So, like, you're sitting there, if you put A.J. Brown on that team, holy smokes.
Oh, my God. I mean, think about what Tennessee did. Like, and I know they're winning the AFC South. A.J. Brown has more receiving yards than all those receivers combined.
It's insane.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, again, I'm going to have to write an article like, what are we doing? That's going to be the title of the article. Because it's like, year after year, teams trade away talented players, but you're trying to tell your fans and your players in that locker room that we're still going to win. Where? How? In the National Football League, you have to have talent on the field to win. I've never seen a team without talent, like talented players, like guys that could be Pro Bowlers or All-Pro guys, and that team consistently just win without those guys. In the National Football League, it's completely different than high school, youth football, and college. If you want to be a consistent winner, you have to find ways to continue to add talent to your roster.
And right now, the teams that went out and got top flight wide receivers, they're seeing dividends. Not all of them.
Oh.
By the way, Devontae Adams in Vegas, that hasn't worked as well as they had hoped, right?
Yes.
Allen Robinson hasn't worked in the Rams, but the guys down in Miami have certainly worked.
Oh, my God.
And A.J. Brown has certainly worked. And so if you pick the right one, I mean, you can really make a difference.
Well, let me say this, too, about the Raiders. Like, how many times are we going to like do this McDaniels experiment, and it folds every time.
Yeah. Well, this will be the last time.
We're just not going to believe that he doesn't coach well if he's not in New England.
Yeah, what is that? What is the resistance to acknowledging things like that? I don't understand.
I don't get it.
Because you see these guys get like second and third tries on multiple franchises when you got like legit guys in the wings waiting.
Well, here's the deal. They would be, the Raiders would be, what are they now, 2-5? Yeah, so I think they're 2-5. They would probably be at least 4-3, if not 5-2, if they had kept Bisaccia.
Easily.
I think so, because they would have kept continuity and all the, like, they love playing for that guy.
They went to the playoffs after a season in which your coach had to quit and resign.
Yep.
A player went to jail for a DUI, like a crazy situation. You had another player get cut because he had guns on social media. They dealt with so many different distractions. And yet you fire that coach after he takes you to the playoffs and you lose a game by getting to the 8-yard line and you can't get in. And then you trade away a ton of players and bring in a bunch of new players.
Yeah, and change your coach.
And change the coach. And it's like, we're going to be better. Again, like I said, I don't have all the answers. I don't. But there's certain things that I just wouldn't do in the National Football League just because we've been in it so long, and you see the patterns of the stuff happening over and over and over again, and it's like no one learns.
Yeah.
Again, I asked the question, why? And please ask Rashean, why trade away talented players? What does that do for you?
Yeah, probably doesn't make the rest of the locker room feel too good either. And we will talk about it because Josh Allen has been a trade talk guy. I think it's made up. I don't think he's going anywhere. But people have wondered by the deadline tomorrow, will Josh Allen go? And he's the biggest reason you say no. Like, I know you said this about James Robinson, but Josh Allen to me would be the poster child for an organization that doesn't know how to keep good players. I'm not sure how good Josh is, but he's good. And they need to keep Josh Allen. So I don't even think he's going anywhere. I don't even think they're sniffing it. I don't even think they're talking to anybody about it. But it is a conversation piece today here in Jacksonville, Mojo.
Listen, I'm just being honest with you. A team that traded away Dante Fowler, Yannick Ngakoue, Jalen Ramsey, Calais Campbell. Who else has been traded away?
Leonard Fournette.
Well, they dropped him. James Robinson now. Yeah.
I'm just saying, letting good players go, yeah.
Literally just letting good players, like really good players, go, and they go off and excel in other places. Two of those guys have won championships with other teams. And it wasn't, and let's be honest, Leonard Fournette was the reason the Tampa Bay Buccaneers won that championship that year. And I'll tell you this again, as much as people didn't like Jalen Ramsey in that building, he continues to cover top-notch receivers week in and week out.
Yeah.
And makes plays over and over again for the Los Angeles Rams. I see it every day.
Oh, yeah, there's no dispute in that.
It's just like at the end of the day, like, are we here to win football games, or like what are we here for? And so it's not, and this is not me talking about the Jags, this is me in the league in general. I just don't understand how teams can continue to let guys go.
Me either. Well, we got to let you go. We appreciate you hanging on, but we're not trading you away. We'll see you back here next Monday.
If you let me go, I may not come back, man.
Thanks, man. Love the insight. Have a good week.
All right.
All right, that is Maurice Jones-Drew, and he is passionate about that. We talked about it last week, too, about letting those guys go.
Yep.
Again, I don't have as big a problem with the James. I think there are reasons for some, but I get his overall point.
I actually think the James Robinson move is going to work out for the Jags, but I get what he's saying about all these other players.
Yeah, I get it anyway. I mean, there is a business element to it, but I think sometimes these guys try to play the chess match of the business more than they do consider, hey, if we have good players, we might win. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't always be thinking about 5 years down the road.
No, but like sometimes the fit for what you want to do doesn't necessarily fit what the fans want.
Yeah, well, that's fair. But when it's been done over and over and over and over, we got to go. We'll be back. Football talk continues with Rashean Mathis on ESPN690. Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 in a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Hi, I'm Mike Combs, professional contractor and TV host. I love helping people, but when it came to improving the water in my own home, I needed help and turned to the water experts at Connecticut to make it right. My water was causing visible problems throughout my home, and it got me thinking about the problems I couldn't see. Protecting my water-using appliances and pipes, preventing stains and hardness buildup, and having clean, great-tasting drinking water are all important to me. But choosing the right water treatment equipment can be tricky. That's where Connecticut comes in. A Connecticut water expert will test your water for free and recommend the system that fits your needs and budget. Improve the quality of your water and your life with the Connecticut water treatment system. I'm so glad I did.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com for your free assessment. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Florida license number CFC 1428211.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
All us cowboys love the Rams. Ram trucks, that is. Come on, Rusty. Let's load up the trailer. It's time to make a trade. Not you. The old pickup. We're going to get us a brand new Ram at Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington. My, oh my, look at those beauties. I think I'm in pickup heaven. Which one do you like? Yeah, me too. It's even got my name on it, Bighorn. They must have known I was coming. Hop in the back, let's take her for a spin. Yeehaw! That's horsepower. Rusty and me got just what we needed and didn't have to go nowhere else. Next time your horse needs a new pickup, I recommend Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington. No bullshit, just neighborly service you can count on. 9600 Atlantic Boulevard, across from that Regency Square Mall. Rusty, now I know what happened to the baked beans.
When you download the Home Depot app, taking on big or small projects starts with a tap. It's your pocket-sized toolbox for getting more done. Image search helps you find what you need with a snap. Store mode pinpoints exactly where to go to get what you want while you're at our store. Or just tap to arrange for easy curbside pickup, all from the palm of your hand. It's the app that's made for doing. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
He's the second defensive player traded by Chicago in less than a week. The Bears sent pass rusher Robert Quinn to the Eagles on Wednesday. The Raiders looking to regroup after an embarrassing shutout at the hands of the Saints yesterday. Coach Josh McDaniels says if anybody's going to point a finger for the struggles, pointed at him. The finger pointing already likely happening from within the Raiders, believes Pro Football Hall of Famer Michael Irvin.
That 24-0, well, just watch this. Watch this now, because that says something. Go 24-0, you lose this game the way they lost that game to the Saints.
Yeah.
I'm worried about what they're talking about, what they're thinking inside that locker room. If I can get inside their heads, I guarantee you there's doubt about their head coach.
Michael Irvin on First Take. Vegas is last in the AFC West. After less than 2 seasons and a 9-12 record, Auburn fired football coach Brian Harsin. His buyout's almost $16 million.
Halloween is over, but hiring is still a bit scary? Indeed's end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kurtz.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Hit him! Yeah!
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Hey, happy Halloween. I cheated. I had a Reese's peanut butter
I was going to
cup.
say, it's not Halloween unless you're eating candy. But you're
love
eating candy. Yeah. Brent, treat yourself, Brent. You've lost all this weight. Look at you. You look so svelte. Come on. You can do
svelte. That's a good word.
Svelte.
So, what are the kids? We
They're
did
the
this.
human beings.
Yeah, what are the kids going to be?
Oh, 7 and 5 and 14 eventually.
Bro, he's talking about Halloween
Talk
costumes.
about Halloween,
moron.
man. What are we doing here?
That's how off the radar Halloween is for me, by the way.
Yeah, I hear
It's
you. Me
very
too,
far
man.
from my brain.
I forgot it was Halloween until I came in here and you reminded me. Well,
Yeah.
you did text me one time today, but
Well,
I don't even think about it.
It's a candy holiday for me, so I'm all excited. But Elsa for the littlest, Sonic for the boy, and then my biggest girl is going to be some kind of weird anime princess.
Why is it weird, though? You know?
Because I don't know who
why'd you
the
have to
character is.
Why'd you have to throw that word in front of it? Just an anime
You're
princess.
not an
would've been
anime
fine.
guy?
Not an anime guy.
That
no.
surprises me,
What,
actually.
really?
Yeah.
I was never really into cartoons or anime or any of that stuff.
Kasey, you do the anime stuff, do you?
Not really.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I did go
Just
to the
Austin
anime.
did that.
I went to the anime convention at the Prime Osborne a few weeks ago.
You're not an anime guy, but you went to an anime
Right,
convention?
I took my
Yeah,
kids.
okay.
I took my kids to go to the convention. But I do enjoy going to fan conventions like that because you see there's a lot of people watching out there.
Oh, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's fun stuff.
Let's bring in former Jaguars corner Rashean Mathis. He joins us for Mathis on Mondays in the 4 o'clock hour each and every Monday. Doing the Halloween thing tonight, man, or what?
Yeah, doing the Halloween thing tonight. You know, we have 3 littles, so, 10, 7, and 5. So, yeah, definitely doing the Halloween thing.
Man, that's fun. That's good stuff. The kids love it. I'm not a big Halloween guy. I really never have been, but you do appreciate how much the kids love it. And by the way, not just the kids. We got people dressed up like in our place. Some people just love Halloween. It's like their favorite favorite holiday.
We have a few people who are obsessed about Halloween in a way that people get obsessed about Christmas. I don't mind that because they're the candy people. They're the people who have the full-sized candy bars outside their office. I was joking with you guys this morning because Rashean, I don't know if you know, we do Sundays on Monday here at the building where they bring in the ice cream. And the guys here are a bunch of Grinches.
Yeah, hey, Rashean, let me make sure we get this straight. We don't do it here in ESPN 690.
Well,
they do it in this building.
All the other
and
rooms
we
around
boycott
here.
it.
I will
We're
say-
tougher than that, Rashean, here
I will
up
say,
in the show.
We're built different.
Some of us at ESPN 690 do Sundays on Monday.
1/3 of us.
Some others don't. But it's just funny because we did a Halloween costume contest this morning.
Of course.
So
wait, does anybody work?
Well, it was just funny to me because I get excited to see all the adults in costume, right? But then, unfortunately go in there and maybe it wasn't as highly participated in as they would have hoped for. But there were some good costumes in there. I think Mario Kart won. That was a good one. There was like Mario and Yoshi in little cars. It was great.
Do you ever do the Halloween thing in the NFL locker room? I've seen it before, Rashean.
No, we weren't really big Halloween people when I was in with the Jags. So we didn't really get into it. We really didn't get into it.
One of the big
I
regrets
think
of his
it's the
career.
same. Yeah, right. Yeah, but it is interesting. Like you said, some people like Halloween just as much as they like Christmas. So I don't understand it, but I do know that it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. But you also got to admit,
I'm along for the ride.
when people are hyper passionate it's just always fun to watch them in the orbit of whatever it is they're passionate about.
That's true.
I definitely agree.
Agree. I guess the one thing, it's not like this is the only week candy's available all year.
But this is the excuse, right? Like, you don't have to feel bad. You're sitting here talking about your diet, loving yourself in the mirror, and you're like, I'll have a little Reese's Pieces, though.
That's a fair point. It gives me a reason to do it. All right, Rashean, I'm starting to wonder. Here's what I was thinking coming down the hall, getting ready for this segment. And I was like, I wonder if Rashean is starting to feel the way Jacksonville fans have felt and the way we have to talk about it's like Groundhog Day, man. I mean, we do this every day. We do this every week. We've been doing this for years. This is almost mind-numbing, Rashean, to see how this football team loses games.
Yeah, this is, I agree. I'm on that wagon now where, it's kind of like, okay, enough is enough. Let's figure this out. And it was an alarming stat, not to jump right into it, but it was an alarming stat that I think it was Kurt had over a 20-yard pass, and it was like the first over 20-yard pass we've had all season that I heard yesterday. And that was an alarming stat for me. That we just got to start moving the ball down the field to make bigger plays, and not just in tight spots. So
that's a good call, because I feel like they're moving the ball so well, and so I'll be shaded and blinded a little bit by the ineptitude of offenses around here in the past to even do that. And so I applaud them. And if you look at the Jags, what did I say today, Kasey? They're like 5th or 7th, I think, in running the football this year so far in the NFL. Their points are up a touchdown. There's so many successful stories from a metric standpoint. But if you look at the charts, Trevor's not throwing the football down the field at all. Is that a Doug Peterson offense, or do you think that's just him not pulling the trigger? And by the way, I do think Doug Peterson said today he had some chances. We either didn't block it long enough so he could throw it down the field, or he was afraid to pull the trigger. But sooner or later, you got to let it fly, don't you?
Totally got to let it fly. Sooner or later, you got to let it fly. And like you said, I don't know if he's just not pulling the trigger or we're not blocking it long enough. But from it was some like at the beginning of the game, it was some great spots. He moved great in the pocket at the beginning of the game. He hit some guys, and maybe they're just saying that we don't let the Jags beat us deep, and once they get in the red zone, we can stop them. I don't know what it is, but it is an alarming stat that we haven't thrown the ball down the field or completed passes down the field at a much better rate.
Yeah, actually, I saw this visualized in a graph. I'm trying to find the link now so we could put it back out there on Twitter. But it's almost as if it's like a wall once you hit that 20-yard mark, where nothing got completed after that until that Kirk pass. But it's pretty stark when you see it in color on a graph. You go, oh, well, that's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, and it definitely is, because you can nickel and dime, but after a while, you kind of have to nickel and dime to go up over the top. And that's kind of what we as a defense try to stop on a week in and week out, because we know that we call them explosive. ETN on the running game and the little screen passes out of the running game, we've had those explosive plays. We just now need to get them in the passing game.
So does this
rest now accelerate the offense?
Does this rest on Trevor's shoulders for you, Rashean, or is this does some of it fall on our receivers, or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B?
Yeah, but definitely both columns for sure. Both columns for sure, because if I don't trust my guys, I don't throw the ball. Not saying that he doesn't, right? Not trying to put words in his mouth, and not saying that he doesn't trust his guys. But at some point, there has to be attempts. At least 5-6 attempts a game, right? Like they don't all need to be on third down. They don't all need to be on on first down. But I need at least 5 or 6 attempts a game to get down the field and stress the defense. And letting know, okay, this might be a 40 or 50-yard bomb that I'm throwing. The next one might just be 25, but I'm trying to open you up a little.
Rashean Mathis with us, Mathis on Mondays, and I think there's two things at work here, and it's, one of them's probably what the fans want to talk about, and that is, do they just not have an alpha receiver, a go-get-it receiver, a guy that can beat someone one-on-one? That's a big conversation piece and has been for a month here in Jacksonville. Did they need to go get that guy, because their other guys are more schematic players, route runner players, possession guys, Rashean, where they don't have anybody that's really not only going to take the top off because Zay Jones can run, but then can he make the catch and go up and beat you and beat a DB? Are you afraid of that, or do you trust that? Maybe the Jags just don't have a guy to throw it deep.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. Again, I'm the last one to say what we do and don't have because I know these guys are busting their butts and working. But at the same time, I do feel that we're a little more possession than taking the top off. And that has to, and we're trending in the right direction when it comes to moving the offense, right? Like you said, these stats, we're averaging a touchdown more, 6 or 7 points more, right? And we're actually moving the ball efficient. The run game is looking amazing. So you're heading in the right direction. So now it's just like, okay, now what other piece can we add, or what other piece do we need, or do we have that piece and then we just, or do we have that piece and we just need to open that offense up a little more to expose that?
Yeah, it's a good point. And by the way, you said it earlier, but and listen, I do think yesterday I was going to give the Jags offense somewhat of a pass in times. I think 305 yards and the way they ran the ball and the way they put themselves in position to score, they should have had 24 points against the Denver Broncos defense. That's really good. The Denver Broncos defense is excellent. I think it's the best defense they will face all year. I think, well, now Roquan Smith just got added to Baltimore. We'll see if that fixes them. But I think Dallas is really the only other defense that probably scares me the way Denver's does because they're so opportunistic. And we'll see what it looks like by the time they play the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm not getting too much on the offense from a production standpoint yesterday. And I can see why you're not going to challenge a guy like Patrick Surtain, Rashean, very deep down the field. So you kind of had to be careful with the football yesterday against the Broncos. The biggest problem is, once again, Trevor Lawrence made the ultimate mistake on 1st and goal and threw the pick.
Yes, I totally agree. They were going up against one of the better defenses that's in the league, from up front to safety-wise to cornerback-wise. Like, I was impressive with how, I knew about Pat Surtain, Pat Jr. or Pat the Second. I knew about him. I knew he was, I was telling my kids about him. Like, oh, his pops played in the league and, he has all the tools or whatever. So I knew that we weren't going to challenge him. And when you have a guy like that, you can favor other sides. So the balls are not going to go down the field as deep. So I'm not particularly talking about this game. I'm just talking about in general as a whole. We haven't been facing a defense like that, week in and week out. And for that stat to hit me, it was like, okay, wow, I understand it not going deep against Denver. This is the best defense we probably faced all year, and we got the longest pass that we had all year, right? So that's the telltale sign to me.
Rashean Mathis with us. Mathis on Mondays. Brent Martin, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz here. Brent and friends. Jags lose 5 in a row now, and again, they're right in it. They're just not making the winning plays, and they're now 2-6, and there's a lot of issues here. How do they fix it? They play the Raiders coming up next. There's some conversation. I want to get you in early on this. Josh Allen, his name's being floated around potentially as other teams are looking at him for trade bait, and would the Jags do it? I think it's kind of a ridiculous notion, if you ask me. But just on the thought of that, you're seeing like Roquan Smith go. You've seen the Jags trade away good players. The MOJO just said, why are these NFL teams giving away their good players? How much do NFL guys, because he said, hey, ask Rashean what he thinks about it. So this is a MOJO question. But, I mean, is that eye-popping when a guy leaves the locker room and you're like, he could help us get W's, and that's what we're here for?
Yeah, and MOJO is telling you to ask me because we've experienced it
yes, I know.
As players in our own locker room, right? Like, what's going on? Like, are we trying to win games here? Like, we need this guy. Like, this guy is part of our DNA. So that would be detrimental to the building of the team for Josh Allen to go. Like, that doesn't compute with me. I wouldn't understand it. I heard Khan talk before the game. I was watching him doing an interview before the game and speaking about the trajectory of the team and how he sees Doug and the whole 9 yards. So getting rid of Robinson, I understand it because we have a monster in ETN. But a stellar player like Josh, I wouldn't understand that if that happened.
It's an interesting time, I think, right now for general management in sports, right? Maybe not so much in baseball because it hasn't really reached the sport yet. but certainly it's been this way in basketball for years, and now it's really developing this way in the NFL. When players want to leave, they don't end up sticking around too much longer. Like
they get their way.
These front offices ship them out.
Yeah.
And for a good reason, probably, right? You don't want to really diminish what you have going on in the locker room, especially on a football team with so many different guys having to work and play with each other. You don't want any bad vibes in that locker room. So you got to wonder if the rumors aren't just about people calling and the Jags being curious if that's a thing or not. But also the other side of that coin is the players getting frustrated. Like, who here has been here for a bit, has seen how bad it can get, who maybe thought it was going to start to get better, and then maybe is now rethinking that thought? I would say Josh Allen would be a candidate there without actually knowing any of the facts in the story. I hope they don't trade him because, like you guys are saying, like everyone's saying, we got to stop offloading some of these great players. Josh Allen, in my opinion, your second or third best player on the roster. I know not everyone agrees with me, but that's an important piece of the defense now. You can't just go shipping him out for a second and a fifth like they did for Roquan over in Chicago.
Yeah, I agree with that. And this is a guy, Rashean, too, and you've seen other players. This is a guy that has embraced Jacksonville and wants to be a part of the flip, too. That's where it wouldn't make much sense. And again, I'm not saying I don't think this is even close.
You don't think it's a thing?
No, I don't even think it's a thing. But it's a topic today because either people are trying to make it a thing. I mean, Doug Peterson was asked about it even and didn't really shed a lot of light. Just said, hey, we're taking a look at everything with the roster and trade deadline coming up. But also, there were reports last week that indicated GMs were calling the Jags. Well, that's fine. That's their job. They should call about a good player.
Sure.
But the Jags should have zero interest in this because, Rashean, it's one thing to get rid of or trade away or send away a player that maybe doesn't want to be here. But Josh has been a guy that wants to be here. You really want to keep the guys that want to see it flipped, that want to work to get it flipped, right?
Yeah, you definitely want to keep guys like that because those are the guys that control the temperament of the locker room. And you have to understand that as a GM, as an organization, as an owner, as a head coach. You have to fight for guys like that to stay on your team, regardless of what they're asking for this guy. Because you never know what you're getting when you're getting someone else. Right, because you don't have any record with this other guy or whatever type of players that you're bringing in. And to the other point about guys wanting to be traded, yeah, that is a thing. It has become a thing, like you said, in basketball for sure, and we've seen it, with Ramsey a little, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him not really wanting to be here, and that's different, and I think that's the way that sport is kind of trending, where players hold their own value and know their own value and want to go to a winning team. But like I said, like you said, Brent, I think Josh really wants to be here, and there's no sign of him saying that he wants to be out. So that would be surprising to me.
Well, and just to echo what Rashean's saying there too, like Jalen's situation, the reason it got to that point is because it wasn't a good culture and fit and everything else happening. I mean, so you have to cultivate a good culture so people want to stay. Now, part of that is winning. Sooner or later, you get tired of losing. I'm tired of it, but I can't get traded away anywhere.
I mean, we can try, Brent. Just let us work on it.
Not yet. Nobody wants me, Aaron. All right. So I either just got to leave.
Didn't stop you with Steph, man. Don't worry about it.
I either got to leave or stick it out.
And with where we are, right, I think they feel that we are close, right? These are not games that we're losing just because we're never in the game. So when you're like that, it's like, okay, let's figure this thing out before we start blowing up the building, right? Let's figure it out, and I think they're trying to do that. As I said, I heard Khan say it. We just have to figure out that last drive of the game. It comes down to that last drive of the game most weekends, and we have to figure that out. And I think they're trying to do that, and they're putting pieces around us. As long as, I'll tell you this, as long as players feel that you're doing things to make their team better, the attitude of the locker room will stay positive. It's when you start trading pieces away is what breaks up locker room.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. And by the way, I think Travis Etienne really helped the last week because James Robinson was a little bit of a stunner for a lot of folks in that room. And if Travis Etienne goes and fumbles a couple balls or doesn't run very well, how much would we be talking today about James Robinson? Why'd you trade that away, right? Why'd you trade that piece?
Great point.
And Travis Etienne instead, he's like, oh, wait, we traded James Robinson last week? Like, cool. People have already forgotten about it,
Time
Rashean.
to eat, yeah. Look, all you need to know about Travis Etienne is on that last touchdown drive from the Jaguars, right? They do the long pass, Rashean, that you're talking about to Christian Kirk. Then they go Travis Etienne, Zay Jones on a run, Travis Etienne for touchdown. So I mean, they have a game plan, and it's this guy the whole way.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Brent. Like you said, it's time for players to step up, and ETN said, okay, we got rid of him. Now let's show what I can really do, right? Let's show that you didn't make a mistake. Let me gain confidence from my peers and let them understand that I am the guy. So this is something, and it works like that in every position at some point, right? Just like with Shaq being down, it's the same thing in the corner spot. Like, you got to start making plays and understanding that this is your opportunity as a player, and that's what we live for. That's why guys don't want to come out of the game, because they know if some guy get ready to come in and take that spot, right? So it works hand-to-hand like that with every position.
Let me ask the both of you guys this. After James Robinson was traded, I see we're going to break, Kasey. Okay, well, when James Robinson was traded, we can answer this when we come back. Did you expect to see a wider split between pass attempts, and carries for the team? Or did it work out the way you thought it would work out? That's my question.
We'll answer that when we come back. Brent and Friends, more with Rashean Mathis, because I got questions about that last defensive drive. I mean, you got to seal the deal. Somebody's got to come up and make a big play, and the Jags couldn't do it. So we have a bunch of more questions for Rashean Mathis. Mathis on Mondays on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly sunny and warm for your Halloween with daytime highs in the middle 80s. There is an isolated storm threat today, mainly north of Interstate 10. We go partly cloudy and mild for your trick-or-treat evening and night, with overnight lows from the 70s down to the 60s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Summa.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like one-card poker, three-card poker, and ultimate Texas hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Ram Power Days.
Choose a great deal from a great selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs from Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Bay Meadows. Drive a brand new Ram 1500 Bighorn and save on the pickup you really want. Choose a new Jeep Gladiator and get the best of both worlds. If we don't have exactly what you need, we will factory order it. Bring us your trade. Use the money for your down payment or keep the cash. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, I-295 and Bay Meadows.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. And welcome back, Brent and friends. ESPN 690. Brent Martin, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz, Rashean Mathis, former Jags corner. Mathis on Mondays. Let's get more with him right now. And it starts with your question, Aaron Schachter, about the split from passes to runs. They gave it to ETN 24 times, Rashean. He answered that bell. People wondered, could he get it that much and hang up and be able to last and contribute and run between the tackles and tough yards? Man, I thought he was good in just every aspect yesterday.
Yeah, I thought it was amazing. Like you said, he answered the bell. I don't know if you want to have him carry that load every week, but he definitely shown against a really good, great run defense that when you give him the ball to him, he can still make plays. So that says a lot. That says a lot about what they saw in him, and it just says a lot about him as a competitor and what he's able to do from a skill standpoint.
Does make me a little bit nervous when a linebacker outweighing him by like 40, 50, 60 pounds ragdolls him a little bit, throws him, does a little suplex as he passes through the offensive line. But I was shocked to see that the split was so even. I just assumed, obviously an assumption, that once you got rid of James Robinson, you were going to lean in on, well, we kind of have to pass at like a 40 to 20 clip now because we've only got these backs. But no, they went all in on that run game.
Yeah, like I said, he showed that he can carry the load, and like he is a little light, light in the britches compared to the linebackers. But he also shown that, hey, you got to catch me.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You got to get two hands on me first.
Oh man, every time he hits,
too many people. Yeah, there's not too many people in the league that can get two hands on him.
When he hits that corner, he starts around in that corner, you always think there's a shot.
Well, that run, he went down the sideline now. You could see the speed, right? I mean, people wondered a little bit early on. I think it was the Indy game. Maybe he didn't make the end zone. They're like, wait a minute, what about the speed? And you saw the speed in that game. He ran by some of the Denver Broncos for another big gainer. And the last 3 weeks, he's had a 49, a 48, a 49. I mean, they're able to get big chunks with ETN. Yeah. But I was more impressed with the fall forward nature, the tough yards. Even when he had to go really they did well well on 3rd and 1s yesterday in that short yardage situation we were critical of last week. And by the way, for everybody who says Doug's pass happy, they're now 11th in the NFL in rush attempts per game, and they are 7th overall in running yards. So
it was like 31-32 in the game as far as pass to run.
Yeah, and especially against good defenses, you've seen more of that. Indianapolis, they ran the ball even when they couldn't run it consistently well. They still stuck to the run. And yesterday against Denver as well. Let's talk about a couple other players. A guy like Tyson Campbell. We had you on Jaguars All Access last week, Rashean, and I know you stopped me from saying elite, but we're trending closer to that E word now.
Hey, it's all about trending, right? As long as you're trending, you're doing something good. So even I'm a cornerback, right? I'm a DB at heart. So any interception is a good interception, right? So it's just confidence boosters, and he's showing that he can make plays, right? When his number is called, I love him in coverage. I love his attitude. I love his aggressive nature when it's time to be aggressive. So I like him a lot.
Yeah, and listen, he is like the metrics are crazy, but we're getting to the point that they're not really throwing his way that much, Rashean. I mean, which is the ultimate sign of respect for a corner.
Yes, it is. So exactly. So he just has to know that he can't get bored. He can't get bored over there. I had to learn this as well, that you can't get bored because somebody is going to test you, and you're going to test you at a time where you might not think that you're going to get tested.
That's interesting.
So he just can't get bored. He just can't get bored over there and stay locked in every play. So hopefully he has somebody in his ear telling him that.
Yeah, you think the daydreaming goes away once you get out of like the little leaguer in the outfield waiting on fly balls mentality. But no, even NFL players are out there just looking around, checking out the crowd.
Well, yeah, so being that he's playing so well, now it's time to lean, right? We've seen that. I know we're gonna get to it. That last one of the big plays in the end, like lean, like get away from me. I got my job, right? And that's the attitude that he's gonna have to take on for this team, for the defense to go to the next level. I have my side of the field. Don't worry about me. Go help someone else.
Yeah, that's a really good place to be. And I understand what you're saying about boredom. And by the way, like you did it. We saw Jalen Ramsey, that happened to him too. Like they wouldn't throw it. And you're out there for, what is it, 65 plays or something. Yep. And you're having no activity. I mean, it is like, that's a great comparison actually, Aaron. It's like playing right field sometimes in baseball. I mean, you might just not get a play. It's like, come on, man, I want to play ball too. And what we saw about Jalen sometimes is he would get selfish and he would actually start cheating and doing things outside the defense. And that's when he would get beat, quite frankly. And I don't know if he still does. I don't watch him game in, game out. But I know what you're saying there, Rashean. That's a tough deal now. You want to be involved. And that's why I said when you need a finishing play, two of the star players right now for this football team are Travis Etienne. So when you need a play in the 2-minute drill, well, you better throw it to him because you're not running in that situation. And then when you need a defensive play, it better be somebody up front because they're not throwing it the way of Tyson Campbell. Yep. So it's easy to neutralize two of the better players late in the game, Rashean, right now for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, and from an offensive standpoint, it's kind of easier for a defense to neutralize. But from a defensive standpoint, that's when we can help more on defense than you can on offense, right? Like the defense can kind of game plan against you and take away ETN and do other things. But from a defensive standpoint, we have to understand where our studs are. And if our studs are in certain spots, we lean away from our studs so that play doesn't happen down the field. On a much-needed stop. And that's where the growth of the defense and as a whole, as a team, that we have to find other ways to impact the game and let someone else impact the game.
So you're talking about the Trey Herndon play, a 47-yard play. And so what I didn't see it this way because I don't watch it this way, but I think I know what you're getting at. So Cisco or whoever was back there, it probably would have been Cisco, the safety should have helped more on that side because they were going to pick on Herndon there. And Herndon's not that fast. We've now seen it a couple of times. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at. You gotta help a guy until he's able to earn his keep, right? Like, and that's part of it. Like, if you're trusting your stud on one side of the field, go away from me. I used to tell the safeties that. I better not see you over here. Like, don't even come near me. Like, don't come near me. And then they know it too, though, right? You're holding up your own. They know that. Or the safeties tell me, Sheen, you're on your own. You're on your own. Like, they let me know you're on your own. We know where the play is going. So that's just part of the defense and trusting each other and understanding where your help needs to be and understand where it doesn't.
I love this conversation because you teach us about the game a little bit, probably on a very elementary level, and a lot of folks will know this anyway. But I think it's cool to hear it. Does Cisco have? Is that a play call or is his choice? Is that a judgment more so in those situations, and then a communication between obviously the corners and the safety? I mean, how much does play call and design come into it, and then how much is it? Well, you got to make the decision which side to go to.
I think it's A, B, and C, right? I think it's part of the play design. It's part of you as a complete player understanding where your help needs to be or where they're going with the ball. And also I think it's part on the defensive coordinator just coaching that in practice, like letting him understand, like, this is a crunch time situation. We trust this guy, and he has to hold up. So if they throw it to my side and they make a play on me, then that's me. That's all on me because I'm the best corner on the field. But if they complete a ball on the other side, that's on the defense. Like that's on the defense. That's not Herndon's fault in some regard, right? Because he needs a little help at this point because he has to get his footing down. Like, he's been thrusted in as a starter. So now he has to get his footing down, and until he's able to hold up, and then hopefully he's able to hold up, we have to help him on that side of the field when there's big drives and big plays happening.
Well, it's really interesting to me because as we talked to Rashean Mathis, former corner, of course, he knows this side very well. Mathis on Mondays on ESPN690. Do you think Denver waited for that play and when they needed it, utilized it? Or did they just see an opportunity there? Because, to be honest with you, outside of the long touchdown Herndon gave up against the Giants early, and then that long play, Trey's played pretty well overall. But he gave up two monster plays that were costly.
And that's what it's about. You don't get graded on everything that you do well. You get graded on the things that you do bad. Like, unfortunately, that's how professional sports work, or pretty much anything works, right? Any job works. And I would say when I looked at the play, Russell knew where he was going. So I think it was game planned. He knew where he was going. He didn't look – it's not like he was looking the safety off. He was looking right at his target, and he hit it. He threw it early. It's not like he waited 3 or 4 seconds to throw the ball. It was kind of like 2.5, boom, boom, boom. I know it. I know where I know the coverage, and I know where I'm going.
Well, it's almost like we see this with Tyson Campbell a little bit. They'll do the little quick drop back and throw it because they know he's having trouble getting his head turned around. But I'm wondering if they just set it up, Rashean. Like, hey, they could have done that in the third quarter and tried it, but they're like, we're going to save this until we need it.
Yes, and you make a good point. So sorry I didn't answer that part of it. Yes, you made a good point that, you take your shots. How I'm trying to say it. You strategically take your shots, right? And that's what you're getting at. They're strategically taking their shots down the field and are dinking and dunking and making this corner feel like, okay, they can't get anything on me, or they're not trying to go deep, right? It's like throwing 5 slants and 5 curls my way, and then in the fourth quarter, you hit me with a slant and go, and now I'm beat because you didn't do it all game. And I agree that definitely could have happened.
I like that chess match part of the game. And I mean, from a tendency standpoint and everything else, those things get factored in. I mean, very game within the game in detail, but I kind of think that part's cool. And I feel like I've seen that a couple of times this year. I feel like, hey, if we got to beat Tyson Campbell, we're going to save it to when we need it, but we're just throwing it up right after I get it snapped to me. And then this one with Trey Herndon, we can go one-on-one with this guy because he can't really hold up from a speed standpoint, even though he's a pretty good corner elsewhere. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. On a bigger picture level, I know he gave up the big play, but my goodness, Rashean, the defense has played okay, but they just can't get the winning play again. I mean, all that's said about the Jags and Trevor Lawrence. They gave the defense the lead twice in the last 3 weeks with a couple minutes to go, and the defense just couldn't do its job one more time. Frustrating.
Yeah, yes, you make a good point. So to the offensive, now, I know we kind of beat up the offense at the beginning of this, not really beat them up, but pointed out some things. we were talking about that last drive, right? Or getting the lead. Like, we've had 10 points for pretty much the entire game, and with 5 minutes to go, I think it was, Trevor marched the offense down there, and he scored, right? He scored with less than 4 minutes to go, and all the defense has to do is to get a stop and get him the ball back. So he showed that he can drive down the field, and we've been asking for that. He drove down the field, and he gave us the lead, right? So now it's on the defense, and this is when it's going to go back and forth. Some weeks it's going to be on the defense, some weeks it's going to be on the offense, and we weren't able to stand up, and that is frustrating, and that explosive play is what did it. Like, you can't, it kind of lets the air out you.
Yeah.
As a defense.
True.
It lets the air out. It's like getting a sack on second down. And now it's 3rd and 15 on offense, right? It's gonna let that air out you, and that's what it did to the defense, that big explosive.
Yeah, that's a great point too. Like you give up that right there, and you're like, oh, here we go. I mean, that's like a here we go play, kind of like we all felt. Like we just knew. Everybody knew. Everybody in Jacksonville all the way to London knew that when Trevor threw the pick in the end zone, it was probably going to come back and bite you some way, shape, or form. And it did. And then the play there, obviously at the end, it's like, just can't make that winning play. And that's what's going on with the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, I'm tired of talking about the Jags for a moment. How about when you got game 3 tonight, man? You got Phillies, Astros. You watching, you locked in. Philadelphia's going to be rocking. I mean, they're going to be wearing Eagles jerseys and Phillies jerseys. Life is good in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah, life is great in Philly. And I have a Philly parent on my baseball team, so I'm hearing it all over the place. There's no fans like Phillies fans. They're like the most annoying fans ever. But because... No.
Don't qualify it. No, just leave it. They are the most annoying fans ever with you. If you're gonna chuck a battery at Santa Claus, you are the most annoying fans in the world. Say it, Rashean.
Yeah, because they're dedicated. They love their city, right? They're like diehards. Like
talk about innovation. That was the first team to put a jail in the football stadium. That's innovation.
Well, that is. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, you are right about that.
I think we got a good series.
I at first I was kind of going for Philly because Astros and all they have had going on over the past years with cheating and things of that nature. But also I love their manager. He's gotten a World Series as a player, and the Astros. So I might be slightly pulling for the Astros just so he can get he can get a ring.
Yeah, and maybe
so he can get it.
And that's a good way.
I'm kind of on the fence.
We like the stories. We like those kind of stories. And by the way, that way, if the Astros win, you don't have to hear from that Philly parent for the next slide.
There we go.
That's going to shut them up.
They're doing great in football, so I don't need to hear from both sides.
Hey, give us an update on D-Bats. I know you got it coming to St. Augustine. It's indoor hitting cages and facility, and you're helping bring that down to St. Augustine. Give us the latest on that. What's up with it?
Yes, we're broken ground. Concrete is being poured, so we're excited. We got our physical address, so everything is moving. We're rocking and rolling, so we're definitely excited about it. So everybody in the St. Augustine area, Nocatee area, we're looking to serve the community. So hopefully once we come April, May-ish, that the kids come in droves. So we're very excited to serve that part of Jacksonville, or St. Augustine area.
It would be cool if even the construction was themed, like the construction workers have to wear baseball helmets instead of hard hats, and instead of sledgehammers, they're swinging like Louisville Sluggers.
I like that. I might have to donate. I might have to donate to the cause.
That's actually a hell of an idea.
Yeah, come on. I got full of them.
That's a really good idea. Can't wait till it's built so we can come out and do a show. And of course, we've already got the wager on the little BP.
I got to beat up Kasey in the cage.
Yes, no doubt.
There we go.
Rashean Mathis, thanks for joining us, man. One of these days we'll talk about a win, I promise.
In the near future.
Have a good one.
You guys as well. Be safe out there trick-or-treating.
Okay. Thanks. That's Rashean Mathis. Mathis on Mondays, Brent and Friends on ESPN690. That is a great idea.
You like that?
Like if you were a construction company that just did like baseball facilities, that would be. I mean, obviously not the bats, but the helmet would be good.
You know how mad your construction workers would be having to wear goofy helmets to the job every day?
What, like the helmets they already wear aren't goofy?
They're saying all their friends are making fun of them. They're at some other site downtown. You're like, oh, you're at the baseball site today?
That's right.
It'd be worse if you were double flapping. There's no doubt about it.
That's like, that means everybody working on the performance center in the stadium's got to wear football helmets.
Yes.
That'd be kind of a fun little twist on things. Yeah. We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. You know, Kasey is now like an author.
Is he an author?
He is.
What did you? Oh, you wrote an article.
He's penning an article on ESPN.
As a matter of fact, I think it's live now. It's been
The crazy part is y'all think this is the first one.
That's the first one you told us
we
to
can
promote.
remember. We'll be back on ESPN 690.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 and a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
All offers with approved credit and not a conjunction. See dealer for complete details. Ram Power Days.
Are you in the market for a new pickup truck? Don't do anything until you come to Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got a great selection of new Ram trucks just waiting to get the job done.
Work or play.
You won't find a better pickup than Ram. Dependability, comfort, the latest technology, and all the power you could ask for. That's why Ram truck buyers won't drive anything else. Bring us your old trade. We need it, and we'll pay more for it. If we don't have the truck you want with everything you need, we will factory order it while you wait. The process is fast and easy. Come in for details today. Get a new car loan at the best rates available and save. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue, Westside.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
Brent and Friends, ESPN 690. All right, let's get to a couple things. So, like, Ed, when you were a kid, you liked Halloween or no? Not even
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but only because, like, all the trouble you'd get into, like, everyone got into lots of trouble when I was a kid. You'd go around egging houses or people. You'd go around causing all kinds of mischief, vandalizing things, and everyone's like, oh, it's Halloween.
How about you, Kasey?
So here's the problem, right? Halloween, love it, big candy guy. Anything that made me fat, right? Big fan. Here's the problem. Been 6'5" since the 4th grade. So it was I literally stopped trick-or-treating after like the 5th grade.
Yeah, you're like Bill Walton for Halloween every year.
Yeah, like they were like, aren't you a little like tall?
Poor 7-year-old Casey's like, no, ma'am.
I was like, come on, bro. Like,
how many times were you Frankenstein when you were a kid?
Surprisingly never. But I don't even, it's funny you say that. Like, I don't even remember. I was Derek Jeter once.
I was the Incredible Hulk like when I was a kid, like 3 years in a row. Football player a bunch. But
like I don't remember anything but the one.
I didn't mind going out and getting it. I thought it was a thing, but I still think even for the kids listen, when you're a little kid, it's fun. Like it's cool. Everything's it's all happening. But then when you get like whatever it is, 12, 13, then you into even whatever, if you're still going out, then it's just about like the chase for candy.
That's
you never even got to eat
it.
Like it's just like how many pillowcases can I fill with candy?
And I think it happened before the ages you're talking about.
And maybe it's 10 or 11, whatever it is. I don't know the age group, but I've always found it fascinating. As I've gotten older, I feel like people are more obsessed with Halloween than when I remember it when I was younger.
It's definitely become one of these like passion holidays for people, I think.
Like I get the other holidays, why people like them and what happens, or you have to do
them.
them.
I even think Thanksgiving has kind of come up on this resurgence over the last 15 to 20 years where there's like a Friendsgiving and like all these other celebrations.
Well, Hallmark should be banned. I mean, Hallmark is the worst thing that ever got invented.
Odd take.
Hallmark is like,
you know what, Kasey? These greeting cards,
stupid movies
that make you feel good.
Yeah, the cards are so dumb. The ones that cost $7,
like your haircut.
And now we have every freaking holiday.
I hate it when people feel good.
Mother's Day and Father's Day and Kids Day and
Why would you start with Mother's Day and Father's Day, you moron? That's a good one.
Like, what, we need all these freaking days?
Who knew you were so cold-hearted?
Holy cow.
Oh, Hallmark is like the villain, man.
All right.
What a plot twist.
Okay.
Hallmark days are stupid. Like, it's dumb.
So I just want to confirm.
Valentine's Day is maybe dumber than Halloween.
Let me lock you in here. Mother's Day and Father's Day are Hallmark holidays to you.
And Valentine's, yep.
They are Hallmark holidays.
That's messed up, dog.
Mother's Day and Father's Day are Hallmark holidays. Absolutely.
Do you know
how much money they have made off those days?
Yeah, but because they're capitalizing.
It's $1. I don't know what to tell you. Then send your mom a card on November 4th.
Fine, I will. I'll call mom and tell her I love her.
I didn't
that's
say
what
call.
I'm supposed to do.
I didn't say call. I said send a card.
No, I'm not sending a card because I already told my mom I'm not wasting $6 for her to throw it out.
It's free, dog, to fold a piece of paper. The
Went for it,
old-fashioned. Make a card, you bum.
And by the way, my mom's like the worst. She
Show
sends
some
2
appreciation
cards for every holiday.
wow.
Your mom's the best.
Oh, it's awful.
Shut up,
She
Martin.
must really love you.
Oh, it's like, Mom, I mean, what are you doing? Why are you wasting this postage? Who? Keep the cards. They just go right in the trash.
You know what? My wife thinks I'm really cold, but 5 minutes after you give me a card, it's going in the trash.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, you take the money and go.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, it was nice to read. I'll remember next time you said something nice, but it's not like I'm putting it in a drawer and keeping it somewhere.
Brent gets excited when he sees the Hallmark stores going out of business.
Clearly.
He's like,
He just got lit up.
When the
hate
Town Center
Hallmark.
one went out, he was like, yeah.
He's nice and even keeled when he's talking about Trevor. When it comes to Hallmark, everybody better run.
He's booing people as they walk in. Boo. You're keeping them in
Sit in
business.
the parking lot.
Do you know how many people have wasted money on Hallmark? Like, why? And the cards are seriously $6-7 now. You talk about inflation. That's been happening for 20 years with Hallmark.
There's a regional vice president of Hallmark in town. Brent sits in front of his house in a clown mask every day.
Yeah, between Hallmark and the HOA, I don't know which one's worse.
I'm with you on the HOA, buddy.
We'll be back. Football at 5 on ESPN 690. The article that Kasey penned about Josh Allen next.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
All offers are with approved credit and not in conjunction. See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
We're here at Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington celebrating Oktoberfest all this month. Why not celebrate with us? Be adventurous. Drive the Jeep you've always wanted. They're here. It's time to trade in your old ride for a brand new one. Get it here and we'll pay you more for it. Get out of your old loan or lease and save. Gladiator, what can't it do? Absolutely nothing. It's hot and very cool all at the same time. See our selection of Cherokee, Compass, Wrangler, and Grand Cherokee, all brand new and ready for fun. It's hard to imagine we won't have exactly what you're looking for, but if we don't, we will factory order it and you won't pay a premium price. The process is fast and easy. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington, fast and friendly service you can count on. 9600 Atlantic Boulevard, across from the Regency Square Mall.
It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Shack Stream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner, too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course, too.
Hey, poker players. Best Bet Jacksonville has another exciting poker tournament series for you. The Card Player Poker Tour is coming to Best Bet Jacksonville from October 27th to November 14th. This tournament series is packed with excitement and features 15 different poker tournaments, including a $1,700 mystery bounty event with bounties ranging from $500 up to $50,000, and the $3,000 no-limit hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th. Go to bestbetjacks.com to view the tournament schedule.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. We did in our house. Absolutely love it. Have had it for years. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands, on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I've been a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment for more than 5 years now. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
Christine Lisi. Breaking news, a big upgraded inside linebacker for the Ravens ahead of tomorrow's NFL trade deadline. They're acquiring linebacker Roquan Smith from the Bears for linebacker A.J. Klein and 2nd and 5th round picks in 2023, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. Smith leads the NFL in tackles this season, and he is 2nd in the league in tackles over the last 5 seasons. He will transform Baltimore's D, believes our Chris Canty.
Having a guy like Roquan Smith and then pairing him with Patrick Queen, all of a sudden now, a lot of those communication issues that were happening in pass coverage between the 2nd and 3rd level defenders, that stuff goes away because one of the things that Roquan Smith is known for is being able to be the signal caller and making sure that everybody is where they need to be.
Chris Canty of Canty and Carlin. Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh said today he expects the 4 Michigan State players, Tank Brown, Zion Young, Kahari Crump, and Angelo Gross, to face criminal charges for their involvement in injuring 2 Wolverines players in the tunnel after Michigan's win on Saturday night. Ryan Harsin's out as Auburn's coach after less than 2 seasons and a 9-12 record. His buyout's almost $16 million.
Do you own or rent your home? Sure you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico.com. Easy.
ESPN690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kurtz.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
For your football at 5, you see that Powerball's like $1 billion?
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking of this today. You know, everybody's always like, what would you do with it? What would you do with it? I don't know what you do with all of it. Yeah, donate to charity, all that stuff. I'm sure you would. I'm sure you guys would.
He's shooting at charity.
I don't know who you're talking to, but I'm never going to say that.
You might want to. It might be safer, by the way. You don't need all that money. I was thinking like I saw Action News Jax like share stuff out, and they're like, well, how much taxes would you pay? I don't give a damn how much taxes I would pay.
Not even thinking about it at that point.
Like, really, I don't.
You're never thinking about taxes ever again. Yeah.
I don't care. Like, they can have half of it.
Take it.
All right? Put it towards something good.
Still sleeping on a bed of cash.
But Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. But I would say, what would be like something just crazy that you would buy? I was thinking of that today. I'm like, can I buy something that it shows I just won $1 billion?
Giraffe.
And I don't care how you think about it.
I would. Can't.
No, please don't.
I would buy a giraffe.
Giraffe is a good one because it's not like a lion or
thing is
anything.
good.
Yeah.
The problem is the exotic animal deal is like you still got to go take care of it, man.
But you hire someone else to take care of it.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And like, how baller would it look if like your guy was walking your giraffe every day? It's like you see the lady with the chow and you see the lady with the basset hound, and you're like, yeah, this is my giraffe. Just keep walking. All the kids are running up to you. You're the coolest guy in the neighborhood. You know.
I don't know. Like, do you have to have an exotic animal if you have a ton of money? Like, it feels like.
Well, you got to buy something rare that you could show off to everyone. You got to flex on everybody. So it's got to be something you can pull out there and everyone goes, whoa.
Yeah.
Is that a giraffe?
Yeah.
That is kind of a whoa.
Yeah.
That is. That's kind of whoa-like.
There's a slight probability you inherited a fancy car, but you're not inheriting a giraffe. No. You're going out and buying that thing. Or like a hippo on like one of those pit bull collars, I would do that.
We've gone to the animal card. I don't even own a dog or a cat, so I doubt I'm going to go get the giraffe.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm really struggling to find out what I'm going to.
On the bright side, like you can't keep the giraffe inside, so you do have that going for you.
It's true.
You got to worry about the shedding.
Keep it right outside.
Got to keep them outside.
In the back. Think the HOA would have a problem with it?
You could buy the HOA.
That would be worth it.
There you go.
That would be good. You know what?
You just move, right? You wouldn't live in the neighborhood still.
No, well, no, you own the neighborhood now.
One of the houses. I was thinking this the other day. You know, so Musk bought Twitter for like $44 billion.
Yeah, mere bag of shells.
And so should I know this?
So we couldn't buy Twitter.
But no, we couldn't buy Twitter. That's not enough. But I was thinking,
we get like MySpace.
Like, how do you buy something for $44 billion? Like, how does the transaction take place?
I think that's a weird like thing that it's like a legit question. Like they had to go to court to figure it out. But he didn't have. It's not like he had cash on hand. He was getting money up.
I was gonna say, like, so do you pay it over 20 years?
Yeah, I don't think it's like it all gets paid now thing. But at the same time, if you are paying other people to get out, maybe it is. Maybe that's where the investors come in.
That's a crazy down payment.
Yeah.
But
well, that was part of the problem for him is the reason supposedly he was dragging his feet so much. He was saying the bots, but all the other people were writing is because he didn't have the capital he thought he had. And then the stock market was in a little bit of trouble, and suddenly he needed investors.
Oh, so that was like that was kind of part of the conversation. Because he's worth like $220 billion or something.
Yeah,
right?
but that's like paper worth.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, no, that's different. And so I was thinking, it's like, all right, if I own Twitter, and then Musk pays me $44 billion, do I automatically become like the 14th richest guy in the world?
Maybe. I mean, that's what happened to Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
Yeah, she kind of climbed that ladder,
well,
right?
She
because
became
she
the richest female in the country and like the third richest person in the country because she took half of the wealth. But the wealth is only just assumed based on how much Amazon is worth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like if the market cratered, then obviously it's not worth it. That's like Kanye. Kanye supposedly lost $1 billion last week. Well, no, he lost some deals with Adidas that had the potential to make him $1 billion.
Yeah. We don't factor that in sometimes. Yeah. My net worth is going down as the housing value goes down, is what you're getting at.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's like a little bit, whatever that net worth even is.
Man, I'm waiting. Keep going. I'm renting right now. We need to get out of this rental and into a real deal. Looking for this.
You're rooting for it.
Looking for the bottom.
I know. Just thinking of that the other day, I was like, man, $44 billion transaction. That must be something.
That's something. I'd like the receipt for that.
Lawyers.
Do you think it's like a CVS receipt though? That it's like 4 feet long.
Why does CVS still have that long receipt?
Oh, insane.
Why? Like, I thought we were trying to save paper.
Dude, I thought like it's become a joke, right? But I was in there last week for cards. It was
Of course you were.
No, seriously, it was my wife's birthday a couple of weeks ago.
Make her one.
What are you, Kasey? I don't make nothing. Anyway, so we're in there. Me and the kids were buying cards.
Threw it out 3 minutes later.
It all comes back to the cards somehow.
She leaves it on the table. I threw it out. But in any case, I get this receipt back, and you'd think it was like the red carpet at like the Oscars. It was the longest receipt I've ever seen in my entire life. You could have papered the entire house with it.
Publix does it too, I think, right?
Yeah,
they kind of have a long one.
I just crumple it
CVS,
up,
you
it goes
could
right
buy
in the back.
3 things, and it's still 8 miles.
Because they give you all these coupons on the back.
Thing.
For stuff that you would never, ever buy.
It's like, guy, I'm not a lady with liver spots on me. I'm not using your coupons.
Or it's like 50 cents off something that costs $84. It's like, oh.
Yeah, man. That is, all right, let's go back to football. Sorry. I just had the $1 billion question. Quite frankly, you guys didn't answer it good enough for me.
Nope,
I want
sorry.
an economist to answer how we make that transaction.
I will book a guest tomorrow to tell you.
Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. All right.
He's
Josh
literally
Allen.
doing it right now. He's booking.
I'm booking a guest, yeah.
Josh Allen, Kasey Kurtz. What do you say about him?
I gotta
You
go.
keeping him or you trading him?
I put gotta go at all costs. No, listen. I dove into some of the numbers in terms of what other guys have recently been paid that pay his position and how they perform, right? And I looked at his draft class as well. And the numbers that I come to, now, if you ask like Sport Track, his approximate value they think he's going to get is $18.5 million a year. There is no chance nor situation at his current stats are they going to pay Josh Allen $18.5 million.
I would agree with that.
Here's the number
Without even looking.
Here's the number I settled on. Somewhere between $10 and $13 million. You got guys that get paid $10 million. Sam Hubbard's one of those guys. Josh Allen has those stats and more. But you got a guy like Preston Smith getting $13 million. He's not quite there. So I'm feeling somewhere in that range is fair for the Jags to pay. But if you're Josh Allen, you're not taking that because Randy Gregory just got $14 million.
Yeah.
And he has horrible stats, right?
Yeah,
well,
like,
not horrible, but worse than Josh Allen.
Just because you think it's fair doesn't mean that like that's going to be what the going rate's going to be.
Right, but I'm saying it's bad business for the Jags to pay a guy with worse stats than these other guys. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to see where he falls in line with his actual production.
Okay.
And I wouldn't sign if I was Josh, right? Because you can get more on the open market. We just
Way
saw
more.
it. But the point of it is if that number comes around between 10 and 13, let's just say on the high side it is 13, right? And they feel good about it. That's, whatever. I wouldn't sign it if I was Josh. So I put in the article, they're going to run into a Yannick Ngakoue situation. So if you're not comfortable paying the guy 18.5, whatever they think he's going to ask for, then you move him now and you get something for him.
Yeah. Can you do one more thing? And maybe you did it as I was sharing your article. what are like the top guys in the league getting? Forget about his comps.
Yeah.
Top 10 pass rushers salary.
So I had it all day, but like I didn't even compare him to those guys because it's like TJ Watt.
Well, I get that, but what happens is agents look at that. And when you reset, you might not reset the market, but it'll fall in line as somebody else who, like Max Crosby.
Yeah, so
Max Crosby, I mean, you might say he's more productive right now, but I don't know if a team going to get a guy like Josh Allen at 25 years old or 26 years old is going to see that much of a difference between Max Crosby and him.
Max Crosby's in my article. Max Crosby gets 23.5 AAV.
Okay.
And
that seems like a lot.
He has significantly better stats.
Significant? How's he doing this year?
This year, still better.
Because the Raiders suck.
Yeah, I mean, still better, but I looked at it kind of overall. Here's the number you want, right? TJ Watt, $28 million a year, AAV.
Okay, he's on a different.
Joey Bosa, 27.
And, he is too, even though last couple of years.
Khalil Mack, 23.
Yeah, and he's getting paid for past performance. He's done.
But here's a guy I looked at in the article, Harold Landry for the Titans. His AAV is 17.5.
Yep.
And, I know you're thinking Harold Landry. What the heck? The numbers are sneaky
his numbers are good. Yeah, no, I know it. He's a good player for them.
Daniil Hunter is getting 14.5, which is severely underpaying him, by the way. They'll tear that thing up and pay him more. Randy Gregory's getting 14, and again, with numbers nowhere near as good, but it was signed this year. Shaq Barrett signed last year for 17.
How about like a Trey Hendrickson deal?
So I started to look at Trey Hendrickson, and the numbers just it felt unfair to me to comp Josh Allen there, but it's like 15, I believe, is what the number was.
It is, but I mean, what are you saying? Hendrickson's outperformed Allen?
Yeah, I'm saying that if you ask Pro Football Focus and you ask Pro Football Reference, they have a completely different definition of a quarterback hurry and a quarterback pressure.
Okay.
If you ask Pro Football Focus, everybody has 814 in the league. And if you ask Pro Football Reference, everyone has 11. So I didn't think it was a fair thing to make. But if you took the numbers that were available, Trey Hendrickson blows him away.
Okay, so, and again, what Kasey's doing here is saying, when are you going to – here's the thing. They've got a fifth-year option on them.
They do.
So they don't have to do anything.
They don't, but they could get out ahead of this.
They could, but is that smart? Because there are some things that aren't tangible on the numbers side. And first of all, it's not like he's been a bad player.
No, he's
certainly
been
not
great.
a bust.
This is his best season for the Jaguars based on 3 different sites that track player stats on game to game. Now, granted, he's had a bad last few games, but
well, it's not even bad. It's just that he's not been good enough. He's not making enough plays. One more play. But I will tell you this: on the Arden Key sack, I think Josh Allen helped force that sack.
This is what I said to Kasey earlier. I was like, you're not seeing the sack numbers or the hurry numbers you want to see, but you can't then say that Arden Key and DeJuan Smoot are getting to the quarterback. That has nothing to do with Josh Allen.
I think it has a lot to do with that. The only thing I would say is, why isn't Trayvon Walker getting there more because of Josh Allen? Or why isn't Josh getting there more because of Trayvon Walker? I think, listen, my disappointment, I love Josh. I'm a big fan of Josh. Everybody knows that, so I'm not going to hide that. But I think my biggest criticism of Josh was yesterday's game. Go make the finishing play. He almost did it against Indianapolis. He forced the ball that went in the air and nobody could pick it. He did his part, and then nobody was around to pick it. It just fell in no man's land. But that's what I'm talking about. Make the play that seals the deal. Make that Von Miller-esque play, and you're not going to do it every game. But that's what the good, great ones do. TJ Watt does that.
Yes.
Right? And that's why he's getting paid $28 million, by the way. And Josh Allen doesn't have to be TJ Watt. But I think Josh Allen, you want him to be a top 15, top 12, top 10 kind of guy in the NFL, and then you're willing to give him the money. And he just hasn't got there yet on a consistent basis. He shows flashes of being it. I mean, he is in the top 10 in the pressure thing. Pressures have really become this stat now that everybody latches onto, and I think it's a little dangerous because what does it look like? And Josh has been there, and I think the pressures mean something there. He's always good against the run, too, but I think you still have to make the impact play that my eyes tell me just as much as the stats might tell me, and he hasn't done that enough.
This is where Pro Football Focus and Pro Football Reference divert from each other and what equals a pressure or a hurry. It depends on how you read the quarterback getting out of the pocket. But, Kasey, back to your point about what the Jags should or are willing to pay this guy as a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's more valuable to the team than Oluokun?
I think that you could answer that in this way, which I will, and I put this in the article. Josh, he's got 3 right now, right, in the sack department. So comfortably, let's just say he gets to 7 or 8. I believe you can find a guy to get you 6 to 8 sacks a year. I think it can be done.
But
to answer that question, I would say Oluokun.
But for weeks now, and certainly today, we've been talking about what kind of leader the guy is, not just on the field, but in the locker room. The fact that he wants to be in this city, and we are at a deficit of players who want to be here in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that worth anything to you when you talk about signing a guy long term?
Listen, I hear the point and I respect it, but do you get extra salary cap money for good teammates?
But no, you build it into this contract. Brent, what do you got?
No, yeah, I think Kasey brings up a good point because he took the emotion out of it, right? But that's part of this story with Josh. You can't do what Maurice Jones-Drew said, what Rashean Mathis said, what this organization has done is give away good players. He's a good player. Is he a great player? Probably hasn't reached that status yet, but he's still a young, good player. And he does want to be here. And he is a leader, and he has been through it. And I'll give you what I think is you still have a chance to see the greatness in him if you either extend him or keep him around. Like, he should not be traded. In any situation, he should not be traded tomorrow. He shouldn't. Like, it shouldn't even be a conversation. He should play out his 5th-year option at this point, and then you decide where his numbers are and his stats are, and maybe it's halfway through the year and you pay him. Or if you do want to pay him early, which I suggested even this year, you get more of a bargain by doing that because he doesn't have the resume that T.J. Watt or Khalil Mack or Myles Garrett or even a Max Crosby has that's going to go warrant $18, $19, $20 million. So if you can work out a deal that favors the organization, well, that's kind of part of doing business. You're taking a little bit of a gamble. But the Jags need more guys that they picked, they developed, they kept. They picked, they've had a little bit of they developed, they didn't keep. And you can't keep running guys off like that. The Jags did it with Cam Robinson. Good job. What are they going to do with Jawan Taylor, who's maybe playing the best out of any offensive lineman they have? Like, you can't keep shipping guys away that you drafted because you value these damn picks so much and then go, see you later, we got you for 4 years. No, you want that guy for 8 years. That's the idea.
I mean, I'm trying to find a guy that the Jags drafted who's highly paid on this roster, who they've kept for a while, and it's slim pickings at the
Cam
top.
Robinson.
That's
Cam Robinson.
it. That's the whole ball game.
That's it.
I mean, yeah, I understand it. And I'm not sitting here. I would like them to keep him, but I'm just saying it doesn't make, in my mind, when you look at the numbers, you can't pay him $18 million. I would be a fan. If they offered him a 4-year, $52 million contract right now, I think that would be the best move they could make.
Well, I do too. And that's why I brought up the.
It's 13.
Yeah, I know. But
that you saw my.
I saw you working.
But I brought up the Trey Hendrickson or even the Hassan Reddick deal. Look, it's like 15 for 45, 15 for 60.
13 ain't going to get it done. Not for Josh Allen.
Well, then you let him play it out, but you offered him that. Like, you still got another
make the
year,
offer.
And then you can decide to pay him even more next year.
Okay, great.
But you don't trade him.
No.
You can't trade Josh Allen.
Bad idea.
You want to talk about a locker room that's going to be scratching their head? Is if they trade Josh Allen. I don't care really, but they're not. First of all, nobody's giving you 2 1s or anything like that for Josh.
They're not even giving you 1-1. They
Probably
just got
not.
Raquan Smith for a 2.
2 and a 5.
2 and a 5. You're
now,
not getting
his
2
age is
1s.
different now. His age is different.
You're not getting 2 1s for Josh Allen.
But that's the other part of this, right? So I put in there the Brian Burns part of it. Who knows if that's true or not? Brian Burns has been a better player, so 2 1s make sense. I'm just saying, if somebody calls you up with a 1 and something.
But did 2 1s even make sense for Brian Burns? Because no one came to the table.
Brian Burns is a good player.
Okay, but no one was willing to come off of it.
No. They was reported that they were offered 2 1s, and the Panthers said no.
Oh, I thought the report was they were offered a 1 and they were looking for 2.
It was told they were offered 2 1s and they said no, which is mind-blowing to me. But to that point, Aaron, again, if they're not going to go for it, I guess, I would try to get Burns before I would try to get Josh Allen. He's been better.
Okay, there are better players than Josh Allen, but the reality is he's here. You don't want to trade him away when you got him locked. Well, you don't have him locked, but you could.
But they might not.
And by the way, like $15 million is going to be a bargain by the time you come to the table with this guy if you're not going to sign him early.
But okay, let's just say that it is 15, right? Which I think is overpaying, unless he goes off, right, to build that resume. But you're already over the cap for next year as it currently stands.
Yeah.
And I know that they got the option locked in, right? So you're good there. But you're over the cap going forward. And, play it out another year and see where you're at with the quarterback, because you got a situation to make there too. You got Christian Kirk on the books. How many of these guys can you pay?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to juggle some things around, but you can do that. We've seen it. It's fake. You can only go so far, but you can figure that out. And we'll see how they figure that out. But again, you have to use right now. The organization has to be smart about it and say, we have the power here. We have a fifth-year option. We can use it. And we're going to use it, and we're going to see where it goes. Like, that's what I would do if I was the organization, because I haven't quite seen enough. Now, if he turns it on the last 9 games and he balls out and he's got 14 sacks, I might take care of that thing now, because I do think Josh Allen, what you do with his situation impacts the locker room. That's one of those, what are the locker room's looking at it. Like, I think the locker room's looking at Josh Allen.
Rashean was telling us they absolutely are. Here's a guy who, by the way, hasn't been in the league for 15 years, but is absolutely a mentor to some of these young guys in that locker room. He's been there.
Oh, no doubt. Let me ask you this. Did the Jags almost tried to pay Jan years ago, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the Jags won that deal, didn't they, by not paying Jan, by that thing fizzling out? Jan wasn't worth $20 million a year
on another team, but he was trending that way on this team. He looked real good on this team.
I'm just saying, Jan's been productive.
Yeah.
But he's an 8-sack guy that wanted $20 million a year, or 19 or 20 or 21, whatever it was, the numbers, and the Jags wanted to pay him 17 or whatever, maybe even less, some people say, however that all shook out. Well, Jan's not a $20 million a year guy.
No, not right now. No.
The Jags actually benefited from letting him go, given the situation and the dollars it would have cost.
But you just said it. He was an 8-sack guy, and they shouldn't have paid him $18 million a year. So
he's an 8-sack guy that can't stop the run.
So
who wanted $20 million a year 4 years ago or whatever?
So if Josh is an 8-sack guy, what should they pay him?
15 to 20.
Well, no, I'm with you, by the way. I just said Trey Hendrickson, 15 for 60, right? I mean, it's a 4-year deal.
Right.
Here's what you do. And this is what Jan was going to do, and I think wanted to do like a 3-year contract.
Yeah, it was
because he was 25. And so then you could do what kind of Calais did, and you go get a 3rd contract, right? And guys have done that now. Well, I was just trying to find out how old. I can't get away from Josh Allen, the Bills guy.
Josh is 25.
Josh 25. And he just turned 25.
That's so young.
So you go give him a 3-year deal, and he's going to be 26, 27, 28. Well, then he goes and performs, and now he can make even a monster deal at 28 that TJ Watt has or somebody else has. So that's my point. You don't have to invest in this thing for the next 7 years. I give him a 3-year deal and be like, look, you're going to go get paid more. If I'm Josh's agent, that's what I want.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go get a 3-year deal for $45, $50 million, whatever it is.
Guarantee 60% of it.
Guarantee a bunch of it. And then at 28, when I'm at 50-something sacks in my career, hopefully, I'm going to go get a blockbuster one for somebody else, or the Jags are going to pay me and keep me here.
And then underperform for the rest of the contract.
Well, I mean, no, but Calais didn't underperform.
Sure.
Calais had 3 contracts, man.
It does feel like that's the exception to the rule most of the time.
I don't know. I mean, but I think you're seeing pass rushers do that more because they can really still be very productive at the pass rusher position at 31, 32, sometimes even 33 years old.
Look, Von Miller's 32. He's productive.
Yeah. So one other thing on this while we're on defense, and then we got to go. But DeJuan Smoot, man, needs to play more.
You must have read the article.
DeJuan Smoot played, according to, I think John Shipley here did this article, is 21 snaps yesterday. And now, Arden Key and DeJuan Smoot played the fewest amount of snaps of the Jaguars defensive line, but combined for 5 of the Jags' 8 quarterback hits and 2.5 of their 3 sacks. Now, there's something to said for being fresh. And I also think Key and those guys benefit from Allen being in the game. But I don't care who's in the game and who you're paying and who you drafted. I'm looking at production, and I watched this guy play now for 3 years plus, 4 years plus, and the guy produces. And in 21 snaps, I feel like I saw 91 more than I saw anybody else on the defensive side. And Arden Key was up there, too. Arden had a really nice game.
Arden had a good game.
Since the preseason, Arden hadn't really done that much. But he really showed up yesterday. And Smoot, though, I'm telling you, this is week after week. When he is in the football game, I feel like 91 makes an impact play. They got to play him more.
And yeah, I put that in what I just wrote, right? So he's trending for a fourth straight season of over 5.5 sacks. He had 5.5 once, then he had 6, 6, and 6. And he's never played more than 65% of snaps in a season, right? So to that point, he's not on the field as much. But that's what I'm saying, Brent. There's a guy right there who 6 sacks, you let him play more, he might get up to 8 or 9. And now you're not paying that guy $15 million, but you want the same output. You're getting the same output, maybe, from Josh Allen. You want to pay him $15 million. Doesn't make sense.
I say this, Kasey, but you go ahead and see. And again, I'm sitting here in the corner of DeJuan Smoot. But show me DeJuan Smoot without Josh Allen and see if he's as productive. That's my point.
But he spent like a whole year without him when Josh was hurt.
Okay, so he played more snaps that year, right? He had a good year. But I'm just saying he makes the most out of his snaps in part because teams are also got to be aware of Allen and Trayvon Walker right now. And so I know I'm kind of being a little bit I'm just saying I think he should play more because he's productive. But he's also in there on mostly just passing situations because they bring that NASCAR package in. And so, I mean, those are it's 3rd and 12, right? Or 3rd and 8, or those are when you're going to kind of get sacks. So I don't think it's apples to apples to say I can get DeJuan Smoot to have 8 sacks and pay him far less money. I think he needs the other guy that's out there too to wreak some havoc, and you need more of him. He's not DeJuan. That's not a negative on DeJuan Smoot. All of these guys do. You need 4 guys disrupting things so they can all eat, quite frankly.
Yeah, and by the way, this is, I think, the difference between a company like Pro Football Reference and Pro Football Focus is that Pro Football Reference, when we're looking for stats, is a good place to go. They're going to keep tallies. But Pro Football Focus, with their player grades, does player comparison grading. And they're looking at every single play on the field, whether you logged a metric or not. And when they're looking at it in that way, you got Josh Allen with the highest rating for the season on the Jaguars. He's their highest rated player. He's the 12th highest ranked defensive edge. So you're sitting here going, well, he doesn't have the sacks, and like, you're right. Certainly not of the 10 sack, 10.5 sack, whatever that was a couple of years ago. But the guy is creating opportunities for the rest of this defense.
Where's Bosa on that?
I'll look it up.
Joey.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Because I said this last week.
He's been hurt. He's probably not that high up there.
Joey Bosa, how he's missed 2 games or something?
I thought it was a couple. I could be wrong.
Because I saw something, I thought I saw last week when we were talking about this, that like they were pretty in the same neighborhood. Now, Bosa was ahead because Bosa had that one, remember he had that one game, he had like 14 pressures or something. But so that really skewed the numbers. But overall, they were in the same neighborhood. The difference was Bosa had 7 sacks and Josh Allen had 3 sacks.
Yeah, he's played 3 games this year.
Yeah.
He had 7 sacks in 3 games?
He went out in the Jags game.
No, he's got 2 sacks on the season.
No, I'm talking. I'm sorry. I meant
You're talking Nick.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I meant Nick.
Which was the only pass rusher picked higher in the same draft as Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Nick Bosa's delivered. He's really good, obviously.
Yes.
But I think his numbers, what we're waiting for Josh Allen is to get to that 7 sack number halfway through the year.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And now they're probably more loaded on that defense. But still, you think Nick Bosa, even if he was on Jacksonville, probably would get 7 sacks. I think Josh is doing all those other things that Nick Bosa is doing a lot of those things, checking a lot of those boxes. He's just got 3 sacks instead of 7. And I think we would feel so much better if he had 7. Or if he would, at the end of the game yesterday, go cause a strip sack fumble on Russell Wilson to close the game.
That's what I think is really missing for fans on Josh Allen is like, his name being called on the other side of a monster play to save the game or to win the game or something like that.
And by the way, this is Trayvon's problem right now, too. I mean, Trayvon now has 3 sacks and an interception this rookie year. Is that bad? Not too bad after 8 games. He's on pace for 6 sacks. I think anybody would take 6 to 8 sacks for Trayvon. Remember, he only had 9.5 in his whole college career. And he's doing some good things down the field and in the run game. But it's just doesn't feel like it's impactful. It's not closing games out.
Yeah.
Like your number 1 overall picks the last 2 years are really not making plays to win you football games right now. That's one of the problems in Jacksonville right now. Those guys sooner or later have to make you plays to win games.
So Nick Bosa graded at an 89.9. It's extremely high for Pro Football Focus. 5th defensive edge in the league.
And Josh is 12th?
Josh is 12th on
and
that
what's his
same
number?
list. His number is like a 83. His number's at 83.3.
But again, I mean, that's not that much separation.
No, it's
we
right
all
next-
think
right
Nick
on top
Bosa
of
is
each other.
unbelievable.
Right on top of each
and
other.
Jacksonville, some of you fans want to trade that guy away? That's 7 spots lower than Nick Bosa? I don't know about that now.
It's because he's not racking up the sacks.
I
or
look at the
tackle
Nick
for
Bosa
loss.
numbers and I see 10 more sacks in 5 less games.
Over
In
a
his career.
In his career.
In his career, yeah.
With a much, much better defense that he played alongside.
Well, that's I think Nick Bosa's a better player, but I was really more going off this year. Like you're asking what kind of year Josh Allen's having. But I would say Nick Bosa probably has a few closing plays that have impacted and changed the game more than Josh Allen. Again, I think that's what he's missing. I think that's what a lot of this freaking roster is missing. Make me a play that wins a football game. Not too many people are doing that for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's why they've lost 5 in a row. We'll be back. Football at 5. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly cloudy and very mild tonight with some areas of fog developing as temperatures drop only into the 60s. It'll become partly sunny and another unseasonably warm day tomorrow. Your Tuesday high will reach the mid-80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Are you ready for a scary good deal? Then get to Arlington Toyota for the Ghost Your Payments event and watch your payments like a ghost disappear. How about no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase? Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Let's see how we did in Week 8 of the Fantasy Football Picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martin. I mentioned Adam Thielen. Well, he had an okay day. 6 catches, 67 yards. Didn't get in the end zone, though, in a Vikings win over Arizona. So some points, but probably not enough to have a big day. TJ Hawkinson was our other choice for the Detroit Lions. 3 catches, 80 yards. So they did go to him in a loss to the Miami Dolphins, but not a monster day for TJ. Those are my picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Jeep Adventure Days. Trade in that Jeep you've been driving for years and get a brand new one from your local Jeep headquarters. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got the selection you're looking for. Compass, Wrangler, Cherokee, and Grand Cherokee. Don't forget about Gladiator. It can do it all. See our inventory at jackscjdrwestside.com. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue. Westside.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one
All right,
goal.
talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now you see it, now you don't. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Poof, they're gone. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What? Or shop the Ghost Your Payments event before this sale disappears. In person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with the ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays, 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690. Well, it's the final day of October in Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so it's the final day that Fields Auto Group is going to write a big check to Pink Ribbon Jacks. That's been going on the entire month of October. And Pink Ribbon Jacks provides free mammograms for women in need. So hopefully you're able to swing by one of the dealerships with Fields Auto Group here in Northeast Florida and maybe buy a car this month, and $100 of every purchase went toward Pink Ribbon Jacks. And it could have been any of the dealerships in the Jacksonville area, like Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover Jacksonville, Porsche Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Fields, a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. FieldsAuto.com. Welcome back, everybody. Football 5, Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. We had Maurice Jones-Drew on. We had Rashean Mathis on. We had a lot of passionate discussion today. Josh Allen, I like this. By the way, ESPN690.com, place to go for Kasey's article
Right there on
about
the front
Josh
page.
Allen. And again, I think Kasey's article was less about trading him and more about where he fits in from a dollar figure standpoint in the
Sure.
rank of others. Now,
But you had to get people to click on it.
well, that could mean trade him, though, because if you feel like you're not going to pay him or you're not going to be able to pay him at some point. But the bottom line is the organization holds some power here. They've got the 50-year option.
Yeah.
So at least they have that. And I think a lot of people in Jacksonville feel strongly about, okay, we can debate how good Josh Allen is, and we can do that all day, but he is at least in the good category of players for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He's a good football player.
Yes.
I'm suggesting he gets paid $13 million a year to work. Okay? There's a very few amount of people that have ever been able to do that.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm just saying I wouldn't pay $18 million for him to work.
So let's get to your topic today that you guys were debating heavy apparently early this
There's been
afternoon.
a lot of debate
Which, by
today.
the way, it's literally almost the same debate we just had. But go ahead, like
Well,
it was
it's gotta
born
be
out
different.
Of it. It's a little bit different, but it
We
was
want to
born
make
out
it a
of
lot
this.
different
Yes.
because if it's the same thing, then why would we ask people to listen?
Fair enough.
It's different. It's different.
But it
It's a
did.
power
It
ranking
was
system.
born. It was born out of the Josh Allen conversation. And the conversation was basically, all right. So now you're looking at the Jaguars and you're upset about the season, but you got young pieces here. So if you had to rank them, who are your power ranked Jaguars from 5 to 1? Who are the 5 most important players on the team you'd build around, and what are you ranking them? And so I came into the office this morning while you guys were on the air, and I'm like, Travis Etienne, for me, number 1 on the team right now. Like, obviously the best player on the field on either side of the ball to me. And maybe you disagree. Maybe you think Tyson is up there, or maybe you think it is Josh Allen. Clearly, Kasey, you don't. But that's where the debate started for us. So once I got past Travis Etienne, I said number 2 on my list, second most important player on the Jaguars, Second best player on the Jaguars, Josh Allen.
Ain't no way.
Clearly, you disagree.
And you're going to say Tyson Campbell?
I'm going to say Tyson Campbell's the best player on the team. Imagine if they didn't have Tyson Campbell. I want you to just think about that. Whoever plays the other side corner is burnt toast every play.
Well, not every play. That's unfair.
Most plays.
Actually, these last couple weeks, they held up okay. They just give up the big play.
I will say, and I did look up those numbers when Rashean was on the phone. You had Herndon and Darius Williams both get targeted thrice and give up 2 catches. You had Tyson targeted 5 times, give up 2 catches. Tyson's 2 catches were 15 yards.
They only got targeted that much?
3 times on the ends, on the wide receivers.
Wow. I felt like it was maybe even more than that. But Tyson Campbell, it's really good. Tyson Campbell's on the verge of stardom.
I think he's there. I think he's proven it consistently, week in, week out.
But here's the deal. ETN became a star yesterday.
He is a star. He is the guy. They're going to game plan for that guy.
And not only that, he became a star yesterday because he can get the ball in his hands and you can control it. Like, that's the problem with Tyson. Again, like he only will make 3 plays in a game potentially. That's not enough. And by the way, he's doing his job on the other 62 plays.
Yeah, it's just you
just can't make the impact. Like, you can make the impact from the running back position. And in a fantasy football world, Travis Etienne's going to gain so much more steam, So I think it's an interesting question. I would say right now, Etienne, we don't know it. We're seeing it come to life. I think there's a lot more evidence on the Tyson Campbell front that he has played week in, week out pretty damn good. He's given up a couple plays, but, it's consistently good, and we've seen it build from last year good to right now. I do think Josh Allen is as impactful and still as good as in this top 5 conversation. I got to believe Brandon Sheriff's in this conversation.
I put him in my top 5.
But what about Jawan Taylor, guys? Jawan Taylor is arguably their best offensive lineman if you believe in the Pro Football Focus metrics and numbers. I don't know what he's rated, but he doesn't give up many pressures.
I'm going to keep it a buck with you. That's a good one, but I didn't put him in mine.
So if you want to know, he is their highest rated offensive lineman at a grade of 66, ranked 43rd out of all tackles. All right. Robinson at 65.6. He's the next best, 47th out of all tackles.
And you know what else is crazy? If you ask this question,
47th?
What's really weird is if you this would have been a very hard thing to do a month ago.
The top 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you would have had so much competition. Like Devin Lloyd might have been like number 2 on your list.
And by the way, he's just outside my top 5, by the way.
Devin Lloyd's in mine.
But to
Devin
your point,
Lloyd, I haven't heard his name in 2 weeks.
Well, he almost had a pick last week. But to your point that you just made about Brandon Sheriff, like you got to put him in there. At least I think you do. So now you're talking about, you've already pretty much got your 5 there. Here's my issue with putting Tyson Campbell anywhere in the top 2 is you don't get to have the impact enough.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair, but it doesn't. But he's great from a talent.
Let's see what happens on Sunday because he's going to be with Devontae Adams.
Yeah, that'll be a big test for him.
All right, but let me ask you this. Over a full season, if you've got a hole, right, at that defensive edge, or you got a hole at the corner spot, which one is going to cost you more in games?
I think when you already have a hole on the other corner, you can't afford to have the other one.
Well, we've seen defensive fronts cover for bad corner play, right? But if you have one good corner, you're not stopping any, but you still have a whole other side of the field.
I'm going to give you 2 guys, by the way, that aren't far off this. Now, again, we're talking like right now.
Yeah.
We're not projecting.
Yes.
We're saying like who are the most impactful players right now for this football team?
Yes.
And I'm telling you a guy who's coming on the last 2 weeks that I got my eyes on is 52. Devon Hamilton's been playing really good football. And I'm wondering where this is going, but you notice him too?
Yeah.
He's really, I'm not putting him in my list. I'm just saying keep an eye on him because when you talk about like stock price right now of these guys, he's right up there. And I'll give you another one that people don't want to probably say that's played excellent football really all year, Rashean Jenkins.
I tried to put him in mine, but it's just they're going to have to change the deal. For the future, right? They can't pay him that for next year.
Oh, yeah. They're going to move on, but they're getting really good play out of him.
He's playing well. Yeah. No doubt. I have Evan Ingram in mind.
Yeah, I just don't see the impact enough.
He's been important this year, though, as like a Trevor safety blanket. Like, you could tell when he can't get to Zay or Kirk, he's looking at Ingram across the middle almost every play now.
Should be looking at him maybe a little bit more. I like what Evan Ingram's doing. I think if they didn't have Evan Ingram, again, the numbers aren't going to jump out, right?
But this is literally what they brought him down here for.
If they didn't have this guy, I think it'd be a lot worse. I think if they tried to run what they had out there last year at tight end.
Oh, yeah.
I know you like Arnold, but, dude, it'd be horrible.
No, I agree. Listen, I think Ingram's been good. I think it's a little – I just don't know if he's doing enough to be –
I wouldn't put him in the top 5, but he's
the bottom line is we're debating a guy who's getting 4 catches a game or 5 catches a game, and that's a little bit of a problem right now in Jacksonville. And the other part of the problem in this conversation is why you might try to get Devin Lloyd in there. The last 2 weeks, he's not. The $15 million guy, nobody put him in their list at Foye Oluokun. The number 1 overall pick this year, Trayvon Walker, nobody put him in the list. No. The number 1 overall pick last year, Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback, the most important position on the field, nobody's putting him in the list.
I've got him in my
Cam
list.
Robinson, the $70 million guy or whatever, nobody's putting him in the list.
Not putting him in.
Don't.
Christian Kirk, the $72 million guy, nobody's putting him on the list.
And that's why I have Ingram in here instead of like a Christian Kirk, because from Ingram you're getting 4 for 50.
Yeah, he wasn't brought in to do 10 for 90, although it would have been nice if he could.
Christian Kirk, you might get 2 for 12.
The reality is you're only completing 20 passes a game. So if you're getting 4 of those from Ingram, it's a pretty decent day.
It's there. But those guys have got to start. The guys that I just mentioned, and Josh too. Like Josh, I don't know. I wouldn't put him at top 2 the way he's playing right now. I'd still have him in my top 5 because I do think he is impacting more than people want to give him credit for. They just want more. Like Trevor, you're not putting him in the conversation. Trevor, Kirk, Trayvon, Josh, if those 4 guys, Lloyd or Oluokun, I'll give you one more. Those 5, you pick the last one, all right? I'll give you an option. Those 5 guys start playing consistently impactful, winning play football, this team wins. Because the rest is okay. Like, the rest is fine. But you can't play with, like, your quarterback being the 15th best guy on your football team. I'm not just talking on offense. That would be very disrespectful. But
total.
Yesterday, he played like the 15th best guy.
You know who I
on
don't
the
have?
offense.
You know who should be in here? Like, real talk? Logan Cook.
Yeah, I know. But we all know Logan Cook's the best player on the football team. But I'm tired of that little funny joke, okay? They've got enough good players now. They've got to play better. Again, the crazy part is if you have this conversation going into the Eagles game, we were talking about every guy in the team's freaking good.
Yeah. Or how about like 3 of the top 5 we would have named aren't even like in our top 10 at this point?
They need to make November back to that conversation. And again, I'm telling you, those 5 guys that I mentioned, they need to start really ramping up their game. And I could even take Josh out and say Oluokun and Devin Lloyd, Trayvon Walker. Now you're halfway through your rookie year. Like, let's go. We let you have time. Now go make some big plays and win a football game.
I think the Devin Lloyd, like we saw it early, and it goes away for a little bit. Sure, you remember Tyson Campbell? We wanted to cut him.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was talking more Trayvon Walker. Lloyd's had flashes. He's just got to be a little more consistent.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I didn't hear his name once yesterday.
You guys are really besmirching Devin Lloyd right now.
I have him on my list.
He loves him. Like, I
He's
like
4th
Lloyd.
on my list.
But they brought him. He's a first-round pick.
He did. They jumped up to get him, yeah.
We'll be back on ESPN 690.
And your Duval County Supervisor of Elections wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like 1-card poker, 3-card poker, and Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's see how we did in Week 8 of the Fantasy Football Picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martin. I mentioned Adam Thielen. Well, he had an okay day. 6 catches, 67 yards. Didn't get in the end zone, though, in a Vikings win over Arizona. So some points, but probably not enough to have a big day. TJ Hawkinson was our other choice for the Detroit Lions. 3 catches, 80 yards. So they did go to him in a loss to the Miami Dolphins, but not a monster day for TJ. Those are my picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Ram Power Days. All us cowboys love the Rams. Ram trucks, that is. Come on, Rusty. Let's load up the trailer. It's time to make a trade. Not you. The old pickup. We're going to get us a brand new Ram at Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington. I think I'm in pickup heaven. Which one do you like? Yeah, me too. I recommend Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Arlington. No bullshit, just neighborly service you can count on. 9600 Atlantic Boulevard.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Roll super mega for your backside. Shake it, put it, do the Charmin slide. Can make you feel alright. Everybody do the Charmin slide. Lasting TP gets everybody going. Sleeves, booties clean and totally glowing. Shake your booty, do the Charmin slide. Roll less and go with pride.
Charmin Super Mega Roll is longer lasting, so you can change the roll less often. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Real quick, let's get to a couple things. Georgia-Florida game.
Ah, we got it in.
Yeah.
Happened.
Georgia Bulldogs in Tennessee. What's your take on Georgia? See, I think Georgia won with its like B-ish, B-minus kind of game.
Yeah, I don't know. Stetson Bennett thought they played well.
Stetson Bennett almost got bad. I thought Carson Beck was coming in.
Yeah, that was sketch for a minute there. Yeah, I think it'll be a good football game. I think Tennessee's pretty good. They handled Kentucky. Georgia, I'm not worried about Georgia. I think they can turn it on when they need to. They have incredible playmakers. I think that's going to be a heck of a football game. I'll be locked in.
Has your Final Four changed at all over the last 3 weeks?
Yes. Tennessee's going.
Instead of
either Georgia or Alabama.
Yeah, there you go. So which one?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, if I had to pick right now, and I don't even know how this works out.
Say it out loud.
Alabama.
There it is.
I don't know how that happens.
Oh, boy. You say that 3 times into a mirror, the devil comes behind you and starts grabbing at you.
Yeah, I think the game could be really good. Listen, Stetson Bennett should have had about 4 or 5 passes picked off in that game.
Bro, now you're sounding like the people in my Twitter mentions.
I wonder if that's a little bit concerning for Georgia. I mean, he's a national championship guy, but come on. I mean, there were some bad ones, man.
It was a bad game.
Maybe.
I want to just bring some light to this quickly. Georgia has a human being that is 6'7".
Yeah, it's amazing.
270 pounds.
He is huge.
And catches the football.
Yeah, he's big.
And
he wears number 0.
And he wears number 0.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's like a wrestler.
He is a big dude. Meanwhile, the Gators, see you later. See you next year. I mean, that's
The
it.
Gators are not a good team.
I mean, just not good. But I give him credit for battling in that game and coming back. I think that's a good sign for Napier. They're just not good.
Yeah.
The gap is so large.
And apparently it was Brent Cox's last football game.
Yeah, he dismissed from the team today.
It's a weird. You don't see that a lot.
But that's what shows he's more worried about the culture right now than the next 4 games.
He's trying to turn the tide.
Yeah. They got to win a couple to get to a bowl game. It was a good weekend in Jacksonville overall. Well, not really. I mean, Jags lost, and if you're a Gator fan, it wasn't good for you. I mean,
the Dog fans are good.
Yeah. Dogs fans, it was awesome. It was fun to be down there. All right, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz, Brent Martin. We'll do it again tomorrow, 3 o'clock from Davoli's House of Cards. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton coming up next.
Ad paid for by Money.com. Are you worried about inflation and the rising cost of living? Well, you're not the only one. That's why many recommend investing via a traditional gold IRA. This way, your investment is held in a tax-deferred account, so your contributions and gains will not be taxed. Gold is often thought of as a safe, long-term investment. With demand for gold on the rise, now could be an ideal time to invest. And when you consider current inflation rates, a gold IRA may be a sound move if you're looking for a hedge against risk. Interested in learning more about gold IRAs? Call today to get a free investing kit, and a rep can walk you through the process. 30 million people have already invested in gold. If you're not protected against inflation and market volatility, well, you probably should be. Call 800-860-8498. That's 800-860-8498. Start investing in gold today. Call 800-860-8498. Again, 800-860-8498.
All offers are with approved credit and not in conjunction. See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
Exercise your freedom of choice when you choose a brand new Jeep from our great selection at Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Bay Meadows. You can't get a more innovative SUV than Jeep. From Renegade to Wagoneer. Drive a new Gladiator and get the best of both worlds. SUV and pickup truck. Choose a new Wrangler Unlimited and let the adventure begin. Cherokee, Compass, Grand Cherokee. We've got what you're looking for. Factory order your next new Jeep and get everything you want in an SUV. The process is fast and easy. Get your price and payment in 10 minutes or less. Lock in pricing and incentives at the time of order or claim the incentives at the time of delivery. Whichever you prefer. We want your trade and we'll pay top dollar for it, whether you buy from us or not. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. I-295 and Bay Meadows.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's Chief Meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Now you see it, now you don't. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Poof, they're gone. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? Shop the Ghost Your Payments event before this sale disappears. In person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at ArlingtonToyota.com today. Visit ArlingtonToyota.com/October for full details.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Ravens taking care of a major weakness in the middle of their defense ahead of tomorrow's NFL trade deadline. They've acquired linebacker Roquan Smith from the Bears for linebacker A.J. Klein and 2nd and 5th round picks in 2023, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. Smith upgrades Baltimore at inside linebacker, and that defense overall, explains ESPN's Marcus Spears.
The fit is perfect for this defense and the way they play it schematically, but the fit is also perfect from where we think about the Ravens from a defensive standpoint and their mentality. Downhill, pull the pin type guys in the run game, and linebackers that can run east and west, sideline to sideline.
Baltimore's Rashad Bateman expected to miss a few weeks after aggravating a foot injury. He is quarterback Lamar Jackson's top receiver. Rams receiver Cooper Kupp is dealing with soft tissue swelling in his ankle. Nothing structurally wrong, though. LA anticipates that he will play Sunday against Tampa Bay. Bills corner Trey White expected to be activated to the 53-man roster after nearly a year of rehabbing a torn ACL. NBA Nets guard Ben Simmons out tonight against the Pacers because of left knee soreness.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
If that's okay with you guys having a conversation in there. But I'll get it started. That's okay. No worries. You guys chat it up for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Overtime, Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. What a disaster. What a disaster all the way around. Go all the way to London just to do that. We got to talk about the quarterback. We didn't have to do that for a while. We're back talking about the quarterback. We got to talk about the defense, the coaching. Why are we throwing the ball on the goal line again? It's all back.
Well, Kasey, you better fit it all in because I got 2 segments. That's it. And then it'll be all you, which would still be entertaining if you wanted to take another 60 minutes of talking about the Jags. I got 2 segments to talk about the Jags, and then we got to move to something different. I can't handle it, man. I cannot handle it. I know you're going to give me the floor. This is how this works on a Monday. And then I'm going to be like, hey, what'd you talk about in the big show? And then before you answer, I start over-talking you.
We talk about that the team is horrible.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah.
All aspects of it.
Yeah, I'm sure you had MOJO on here talking about how terrible the team was too. And yeah.
Yeah.
MOJO and Mathis Mondays.
Yes.
Yeah.
On ESPN 690 and only on ESPN 690. We talked about the Jags all day. Can't find that anywhere else. You know what I'm talking about. Way to wear the South Carolina hoodie, by the way. That was embarrassing.
I'm committed.
Yeah.
I give South Carolina a chance. Okay.
Are you eating candy? What is happening?
I am. Almond Joy, man. Marno just said Almond Joy is the worst candy ever. And I was like, more for me, you hater.
Wait a minute. You're eating Almond Joy willingly?
I'll let you, Aaron. Yeah, man. Why not?
Almond Joy is the worst candy out there.
Oh, okay. So you and Brent are really brothers. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it. Okay. Well,
that is the worst candy choice that anybody could make.
You
Almond
a hater.
Joy.
And you're wrong. Let me tell you why. You get the candy bar aspect. You get your milk chocolate. You get your fruits, the coconut. You get your protein from the almond. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You get all the macronutrients in a candy.
Sure.
Can't do that with Twix, with Reese's.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that. That peanut butter ain't real. Been processed. This is real whole almond. Kasey Kurt, whole almond. That being said, I only got 2 extended segments of Jags talk.
Sounds good. We'll get after it.
You were saying it's bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it my turn for the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kasey, I got to be real with you, man. When the interception happened, the first one.
Yep.
I said I know how the fourth quarter is going to end. Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that
Everybody said
when that happened? Yeah, I think so. But I came late to the Jags fandom, right? Full disclosure, Carolina Panthers fan from South Carolina. We ain't get an NFL team. Goodell, or who was Pete? Somebody was the commissioner beforehand. But either way, they weren't trying to give South Carolina a whole NFL franchise. So you were either an Atlanta Falcons fan or, now that Carolina came, you're like, oh, you're a Carolina Panthers fan or something like that, okay?
Sure.
But once I got here and once I really got involved with, the area, you're like, you know what? I want the Jags to do well. I'm still going for Carolina, but now, Kasey, I'm a full-fledged fan. And I got to be real with you. Yesterday was the first time that I felt that true Eeyore energy. That true just, you know what? Forget Murphy's Law. It's called the Jaguars Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And when it goes wrong, we know how the end is going to happen. Very fatalistic of me at this point. Mm-hmm. When that interception happened, even though the Jags were outplaying those guys, even to that point, even after the interception, I would still be like, no, Jacksonville's still outplaying them. And yeah, they still are winning the game. I was like, you know what? In the fourth quarter, we are going to look back at this and be like, man, if we could at least gotten a field goal, this is going to hurt. Not just because it's the red zone, another turnover in the red zone, but because that as good as we are, okay, quotation marks, I do believe we're better than last year, but that's what I mean. That much better that we are than last year, we're not good enough to overcome those kind of mistakes. You know the teams that are good enough to overcome that kind of mistakes? Buffalo, Philadelphia, Kansas City. Give me a couple more. I
understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I can give you the Atlanta Falcons, who gave up a Hail Mary at the end and still won in overtime. They overcame it.
Yeah, well, they had a lot of help. Okay? If the other team's going to help you the way that the Carolina Panthers did, then okay.
I mean, Denver had 40 penalties. I mean, they were certainly trying.
Yeah, but watching most of that game, the part where the Atlanta Falcons really messed up was that right there. That blown coverage. What you're talking about, multiple penalties, but you're also talking about multiple mess-ups with the Jags. Big-time mess-ups in crucial situations. I guess overall my point is this, man. I'm not jumping off no bandwagon. I got no problem with you if you want to jump off the bandwagon, reevaluate, and come back at the end of the season next year. I got no problem, Jags fans, because I understand. I knew the numbers of the struggle of the Jags over the past 12 seasons or so, 13 seasons. I get it, but I really just understood yesterday because the first thing, like you just said, Kasey, most people probably thought who were rooting for the Jags or turning into the game and have watched the Jags at any point in this season. When that interception happened, I was like, bro, we are not going to win this game. We going to lose this game. Ain't that something? That's so crazy.
Not really.
I want to break out of that, man. I'm usually a big-time cheerleader, optimistic times 1,000, and that's why we work so well together, Kasey, because you're more of a realist, and you've been real on this team based off of their performance a whole lot. There are some bright spots that we'll get to, I'm sure.
Are there?
They are, and and you can point to that, but man, Kasey, 2-6. I got nothing for you. We'll delve into Trevor a bit, but as I hand it back to you right now, there's no way this team should be 2-6. I get it. Their records say what they are, but there's no way that they should be. At the very least, they should be 500.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
That they're 2-6. With the Detroit Lions on the schedule, with the Houston Texans on the schedule. So they control their destiny for the number 1 overall pick. It is very much in play for the 3rd straight year. And you know what? It might be likely because they beat the Houston Texans twice in the last 50 years. We did the stats when they played the Texans. We'll do them again in December. They cannot beat the Houston Texans, who are not trying to win. The Detroit Lions, now they don't play no defense. I will agree there. But they put 40 points up on whoever they're playing. So I'm not doing it yet. I feel like I should do draft talk. I looked up CJ Stroud's numbers earlier today. All right. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there. I promise you that. But let's just start. We'll start on offense, but I'll start without Trevor.
Oh.
Where the hell's Christian Kirk? Does he play? Last 4 games. 1 for 11. 4 for 24. 7 for 96. He played that game. 3 for 40. How much are they paying this guy?
70-something minute.
Nice.
No, 70-something,
awesome.
I think.
World-class stuff right there on the offensive side of the ball. Travis Etienne's great. I'll give you that.
There you go. Bright spot.
Great. We're gonna
We're
gonna have to take down 7 days without J-Rob on the stream. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch.
Might have to, yeah.
Because like
Etienne's like,
Hey, Travis Etienne is great. Travis Etienne should have had a second touchdown yesterday. Instead, Doug Peterson threw the ball from 1st and goal on the 1. And Trevor threw it straight to the other team for the second straight time. There's not a person. There is not a person alive.
Okay.
When Trevor rolled right, you all knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, you know what?
There's not. Doug Peterson knew. Trevor knew.
He's
like,
on TV
somebody
right
get
now.
it.
Oh, man. Oh, they're on TV right now.
There's not one of you that was watching the game that was like, he'll complete this one.
Yeah, that was
Give me a break.
You have you ever had a panic attack? I'm not making light of it. I've had it before.
Yeah.
Okay, and
I didn't when that was happening.
Right. Well, before I ever had one, I would be like, oh, okay, it sounds like it's a terrible thing. But until I actually had one in the hospital, and I was like, oh my goodness. And you kind of understand what happens when you're going down that path.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta be real with you, Kasey Kurtz. It wasn't panic attack worthy, but that beginning stages, as soon as they were in the shotgun and we had like a yard to go.
1st and goal from the 1.
And I was like, no, hold on. Call a timeout. Call a timeout real quick. Let's talk this over. Why are
1st
we in
and goal
shotgun?
from the freaking 1-yard line.
And then you're right, Kasey, when he rolled, I was just like, man, anything else, man, run out of bounds.
Same play.
Slide.
Same play.
Get sacked. He didn't throw it directly to the Denver. The guy from Denver made an amazing play.
That was not an amazing play.
Yeah, it was.
No,
First
it's
of all,
not.
I mean, yeah, it was.
He ran with him, and he went to throw the football, and he just stepped in front of it. It's a play that anybody. It's a play that anybody in the NFL makes.
He dunked the basketball.
It's a play that any DB in the NFL makes. Rashean Mathis said it earlier. You want to argue with Rashean Mathis?
I don't want to.
Who played the position?
So if we watch somebody not make that play, does that make him wrong? I'm just saying it's not
the
DB.
only person that doesn't make that play wears a Jags uniform.
Okay, I'm done. My point is this, Kasey Kurtz. I'm with you with all the struggle and the way that he rolled in that play call, and I don't get it. I don't understand where your mind is at. But to the point of Trevor, are we getting to a point? I'm not off the Trevor bandwagon or thinking that he's the quarterback for the team, and I know a lot of people are. They're questioning. They may not say he's not the guy for the team, but they're questioning it. But how many times, Kasey, do you have a situation like this, and you're just like, okay, maybe I'm not that good, and maybe it's not Trevor asking that, but there's other people on the team. There's other guys who are, fighting hard to try to get this win. Like, how many times does something like this happen, or that fumble that almost, I can't even get the thoughts together because it was just as frustrating. And this is I don't want 90 minutes of me doing this right here. So
no, it's a good question because that is a thought that I had when he threw the interception in the end zone. When do you realize? Now, here's the thing. I put a lot of that on Doug Peterson, and I'll explain that in a second. But, yeah, you got to get to the point where it's like, hey, I'm not better than everybody on the field. This isn't Clemson against Georgia Tech. This is the NFL. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's trying, and they're talented on the other side. I mean, Brian, the second interception, the dude had a cast on.
That was impressive.
No, it was a horrible throw. But it was impressive that the dude with the cast caught the football.
It was behind Kirk. It was. I'm just saying,
Yeah, it was behind him. Yes, it was. You can't do that.
You can't do that. That's right.
18 for 31 for 133 yards. Generational, baby. Awesome.
Wow.
58% completion percentage. 2 interceptions, as mentioned. At least the week before, he completed 51%. Awesome. All right, so back to the interception in the end zone, right? Doug Peterson, to me, first of all, it's 1st and goal from the 1. Travis Etienne is by far the best player on offense. He's running all over the Denver Broncos. It does not take a brain surgeon, a mathematician, any of those things. If you hand it to him 3 times, I have a pretty good feeling. I would almost guarantee it, but I can't because I didn't see it. But the guy who's touching it 6.5 yards every time he touches the football is what I should have said, couldn't get a yard in 3 tries. Right? I'm not going out on a limb there. Travis Etienne gets in from the 1-yard line if you let him try 3 times. Heck, even a 4th time. And I think Doug Peterson there has to save Trevor Lawrence from himself. Because we've seen the movie. To your point, Brent said earlier today, he doesn't think he's going to make the same mistake twice. Why not? Why would you think that? Where's the proof there? You can't call that play if you're Doug Peterson. Trevor can't throw the football. I agree. But Doug Peterson has to save this guy from himself at times. Because, Brian, as soon as he rolled right, we all knew.
And I think that's the part that
we all knew.
That's the part that starts weighing in what makes me think about what's weighing on Trevor's mind, right? Because in a certain mindset, you want your quarterback to have a short enough memory so that they're not gun shy, right, in all facets of the passing game. You don't want that. However, you do want them to be a bit more careful when you come to anytime you have the ball, but especially when you're in the red zone. And I texted you the other time, earlier or later in the game, I was like, this isn't the Jags versus the Broncos. They actually scored on that play. On that drive, but it's the Jags versus the red zone. Because now we're 8 weeks in, and this has been an issue since the preseason. And I just, washed it away as, okay, it's the preseason. Then I was like, oh, it's early in the season. Doggone it. Huh? We're getting into week 9 now. Okay?
It's just bad.
They can't do that on a consistent basis. Some of it's play calling, some of it's execution. I don't know what you want to get the percentage. Trevor's a quarterback, so you got to give him most of that percentage, but you're right. And also, one more point, Kasey.
Yep.
I like the fact you say save Trevor from himself.
You got to.
And I just want to piggyback a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
You may not have to do that in year 3, 4, and 5, but right now,
you still do.
You've got to, okay? Because we're talking about a guy who, tongue in cheek now, some people are saying generational, but it's just like, if you give this man too many times where it's just like it always goes wrong, where does that start to stunt his growth? Where does that start to stunt his growth and his belief in himself? I don't think that he's not believing himself after listening to that press conference again. I'm like, he seems like he still is just shaking things off and he can still make that pass. And I'm over here like, man, who am I? The same way that I'm not going to argue with, Rashean Mathis about any quarterback making that play. Who am I to argue with a quarterback of an NFL team if he says he can make that pass? But I'm like, why even try it at this point? But I'm agreeing with you, at least for this season, man, until he shows some better judgment or better accuracy in a first and goal at the 1-yard line that you got to roll out. Man, save him from himself. Get into the end zone. Try this when we up 21-3. Okay, do that.
Yeah, that's why I put it on Doug Peterson. I don't know what's happening there. You don't always have to be the smartest person in the room.
That's fair.
And I understand there was like 100,000 people with the teams and the staff and everything and the fans in the room at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Peterson didn't have to be the smartest guy there. Hell, he could have been the dumbest guy there because the whole planet thought he was going to hand it. Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase. Any of the other 31 teams in the league, the whole planet would think, hey, the running back that's touching it for 6.5 every time he gets the ball is going to run it straight up the middle 3 times. Not this team. No, not this team. Not even slightly. We're going to talk about the defense after the break, Brian, just so you know. That's kind of the mindset of what we're doing here.
Totally fine.
I got some thoughts on that as well. 98-yard drive to lose the game. That's incredible. It's one of these days, Brian. It's one of these, like, what else is there to say, right?
Well,
Evan Ingram played okay.
Okay, I was going right there. Okay, Evan Ingram with that touchdown.
Yeah, made a play. I think Evan Ingram's doing what they want him to. I said this actually not too long ago on Brent and Friends, but we did like a power ranking, like your 5 guys that you're riding with on the Jags right now that are performing and like you can put there. And I put Evan Ingram there because here's why I did it. Evan Ingram, when he goes out there, you know you're getting 4 for 50 and hope he only has 1 touchdown. I get that. But you know what you're getting. 4 or 5 catches, 40 to 60 yards. That's what you're getting. And that's why I put him in that 5 to ride with than Christian Kirk, who you have absolutely no clue what you're getting. You know what I mean there?
Yeah.
There's no consistency. Now, granted, I know part of that's on Trevor, but Ingram's putting up these consistent numbers with the inconsistent play from Trevor. So I think Evan Ingram's doing his job. I think if Evan Ingram wasn't on this team, I said that too, and they were running out the tight ends they had last year, nope. I think Evan Ingram's been really good for Trevor Lawrence. Safety blanket, call it whatever you want. I think they'd be in a world of trouble if he wasn't on the team. I'm not going to say they wouldn't won games without him. I'm not going that far. But I think Evan Ingram's been really good for them. So you got Evan Ingram. You got ETN. I know JaMychal Hasty doesn't get the ball much, but it feels like he's doing some things. Okay? I'll give you JaMychal Hasty. They're okay at running back. I still wouldn't have traded James. They're okay at running back. I like their tight end. Got anything else? I don't.
I mean, on the line.
I mean, Cam Robinson played horrible. That was Cam Robinson's worst game of the year.
Well, I tell you what.
Brandon Sheriff's okay.
As shifty as ETN is, there was some holes there. He wasn't just making everybody miss in the backfield. So, the line play for the run game, granted, you're dealing with ETN, who's like a game breaker. He's showing that now, game in and game out.
Mm-hmm.
So, where it might have been an 8-yard gain because the hole was there and he was able to hit it. If he's another back, ETN turns it into 25-30. But the line had some good moments in there. They had some good moments, especially when it comes to the run game, in my opinion.
All right.
Hey, you know what I like about this? We let the silence sit. Usually dead radio, you don't like that. You don't like that at all. But
you have to let it sit at
today.
times. You know what I mean?
Because Kasey's not buying it from the line.
I
get it. Differing opinions, it's okay.
Yeah. I think as a whole, I don't know. If you want to, you could maybe convince me. But the left side of the line yesterday was bad. The right side was okay at best. I think Travis Etienne covers up a lot of that. To your point, are there holes? Yeah, he has to run through something. But I think that his ability to turn 7 or 6 into 30.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's not. Once you're past the line, it's you're faster than the other guy and you can make a guy miss. So I'll give you the credit. There was a hole at some point. But I'm not going to put what Travis Etienne did on that offensive line, especially not the left side of it yesterday.
Can you take any... Yeah, because this isn't defense related per se. Can you take any solace, even though this is the continued record on repeat, song on repeat with the way that the Jags are losing, even though this time you can point probably at both sides of the ball in certain spaces, but just the ending. Can you take any solace in comparison to last year that once again the Jags either go into the fourth quarter or in the fourth quarter, take the lead back, only to give it up and lose it?
No.
Okay. All right.
Because I understand what you're saying, but the way that they lost the lead, no. And once again, on the first freaking play of the drive to go win the game, you turn it over on the first play. And again, on a garbage throw that was picked off by a guy wearing a cast.
That's the part. What makes it funnier is that you're not laughing at all. I for a split second after I was just like, I can't believe it. And then I was like, I can believe it. My third thought was, I wonder what's happening in the Kurtz household right now. I wonder what's happening right now.
I just got up and moved on with my life.
Okay. Turn on some FIFA, something.
Yeah, I don't even know. I took a nap, actually. I don't know if you remember that. I napped because I was texting with you and I went dark for 4 hours.
Yeah,
I took
that's
a
right.
nap.
You did say.
I just didn't need this kind of crap. My fantasy team is just horrible. The Jags are no better. Here's the thing. Here's the last thing, because then we'll go to break and then we'll talk about the defense. I did not play quarterback in the National Football League, right? But I listened to people that did. High level or not, every single one of them said in the history of the sport, they teach you to miss on the outside versus the inside where the ball can get picked on the last play of the game. So if you're going to tell me that they've been hammering that into kids playing the quarterback position before high school, college, in the league, you miss to the outside there. And he misses to the backside, the inside, behind him. I don't know, Brian. Like, I don't know. And I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
You want draft talk?
Oh, boy.
Here's my draft talk for the day.
Here we go.
If they end up with the number 1 pick and don't pick a quarterback, what are they doing?
Wow. Can we pull this clip? Do you want this? You want this clip?
Here's the thing. I feel
smokes.
If it's the second pick, I feel different. There's like 5 guys you think could be the number 1 pick right now. And you have your pick of that guy?
Based off of what you've seen so far, if the Jags somehow end up with the first pick, you want a quarterback.
Here's the thing. For them to...
You a wild boy. I tell you what. I ain't mad at you, man. Talk your talk.
Here's the thing. To end up with the number 1 pick, you know how bad it has to go the rest of the year?
Yeah, no, I get it.
So,
or how bad it has to go in the fourth quarter, specifically.
So if we're at the point where it's looking like this against teams like the Lions, because you will have to lose to the Lions to get the number 1 pick. If it's looking like that against Houston again, because that loss against Houston was on the offense.
Yeah, that one
If it looks like that again, and you play that poorly to Houston, and you play that poorly to the Lions, and they don't figure out how to beat somebody else along the way, I mean, generational is not 60% completion percentage. It's just not. Let's see how it plays out. I don't know what to tell you. You know, C.J. Stroud's got like 29 touchdowns.
Really? That's what we're doing? Another guy that went to a big-time program with all the talent? That's what we got right now, right? That's what we got right now, right? And then you just said about Trevor, this ain't Clemson? Now you want to go get C.J. Stroud? I don't know, Kasey.
I'm just saying. Wait, who you want, Will Levis? No, come on.
No, I want to wait till next season. I'm just telling you the truth, man.
That's fair enough.
All of this may be me saying the exact same things that you've been saying next season if things don't turn around for Trevor in this offense. But right now, I'm just like, just give him the rest of the season.
Oh, he's going to have that. He's going to. Big trust on that. Let's go to break. I got some thoughts on the defense. Wrote an article today for ESPN690 about why they should trade Josh Allen. That's up on the website, ESPN690.com. I'll explain myself when we come back. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. Kasey Kurtz is me giving you those takes. Brian Middleton is the guy not co-signing them, but wearing a South Carolina hoodie after a loss to Missouri. We'll talk about that as well. Florida, Georgia was in town. Me and Brian Middleton were there. Holy cow. There's a difference in program between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Florida Gators. We talk about all of it, but the Jags defense is next, and then I'm done with the Jags for the day. But we talk about the defense on the other side. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly cloudy and very mild tonight with some areas of fog developing as temperatures drop only into the 60s. It'll become partly sunny and another unseasonably warm day tomorrow. Your Tuesday high will reach the mid-80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Sure, we have 30 seconds to tell you that drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. But then what? Well, there is a nice piece of stock music playing behind me that a talented composer worked really hard on. So let's enjoy it. Oh, almost overshadows the saving big when you switch to Progressive part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
open wide. Let me see that smile.
There's a back-to-school braces boom at Doc Kelly's office.
Can you hold on for a sec? Can someone bring me more?
She needs to realign her staffing plan with more registered dental assistants.
Can you reorder the rubber bands and red?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Castrol Edge can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
The following message is sponsored by the Florida Department of Elder Affairs, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Medicare open enrollment is October 15th to December 7th. Volunteers with the Florida Department of Elder Affairs SHINE program are available to help with your Medicare questions, virtually or by phone during COVID-19. SHINE is open and ready to help you with local and unbiased counseling and assistance. Visit floridashine.org or call the Elder Helpline at 1-800-963-5337.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jax on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. Brian Middleton is the broadcast on. He is on the ones and twos. Kasey Kurtz as well. On a Monday. Overreaction? Appropriate reaction?
It's becoming more appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in general, it is a reaction. So that's what we're doing here on ESPN 690, and we will take you until about an hour from now, 7:30-ish, and we will hand it off to some Monday Night Football between the Browns and the Bengals. No Jamar Chase in that football game, so hopefully you don't have him in your fantasy lineup. And if you're playing daily fantasy, you should play T. Higgins, because that's my Celsius tip for pick that you heard this morning during Monday Morning Madness. But we go back to the Jags for one more segment. I'm not talking about him after this segment. I refuse. Listen, I'm never asking people to go, right? We appreciate you listening, but I'm done with them after this. So just a fair warning, I'm going to talk about college football. We're going to talk about Halloween, probably talk about the Bengals and the Browns. So this is all I got left for the Jags today. right? 2 hours this morning, 3 hours this afternoon. I'm not spending another half hour on him. But we will now talk about the defense. You want to start with the positive? You're positive. Tyson Campbell is really good. Tyson Campbell is great. I think Tyson Campbell is elite. What say you?
Pro Bowl?
Wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I think he's worthy. I just think Jags. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a hit. Tyson Campbell is definitely going to be a hit. That pickup, that draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know.
Thank you, Urban.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing. And I was like, listen, who would have thought that at this point in both of their careers, the first round draft pick on offense under the Urban, you know, tenure that's showing up is ETN, the one that you actually had them, you know, wasn't just a everybody would have done it decision.
Yeah.
So is that thank you card? Is that thank
We're
you
working
card
on
even
it.
popped out? I mean, I know it's hard to do at the record, but I mean, the ETN is really hitting right now.
2 for
Tyson
2.
Campbell, yeah, he looks really good. He looks like he's growing each and every game.
And if you believe what you believe, the next pick in that draft was Walker Little. We believe that was Trent Baalke. So, you know, take that for what you will. Yeah, we're working on it. All right. The performance center's going up. ETN's good. Campbell's great. Yes, we're working on the thank you card.
So you're about to say that bring Urban back? Just front office duties, like a Bruce Arians type deal. Bruce Arians, he's not on the sideline at all. Not at all. But you know, maybe you scout some talent out here. Maybe no.
No.
Okay.
I think it's kind of like a, you know, one-hit wonder situation.
The defense though, Kasey.
DeJuan Smoot played well. 1.5 sacks. I think Smoot should get more time. I'll tell you about that in a second.
I think Arden Key
played well.
Hype.
You know what I'm saying? You know what? Just as everybody drew it up, the 2 pass rushers that would be making plays, Smoot and Key. Yep. Just what we thought.
Well, listen, Trayvon had a half a sack. He was in there, okay?
Yes,
Him and Smoot came together.
And that was an appropriate place to place Trayvon Walker. Smoot played better than all of them. I think Arden Key played the next best, and then Trayvon Walker. Absolutely. Hands down. Third.
But
number one freaking pick.
But you know what? Hey, Gabe, yo, chill out. Can I get acclimated? But besides that, Kasey, we've named 4 names.
It's 8 games in.
We've named 4 names, and we haven't named a guy who you have written a whole article about that is located on ESPN690.com. Josh Allen.
First time I just said ESPN690. Like, nah, it's just not in the radio.
You
It's
know
on
what I
the
mean?
website, yeah. It's on the front page. So, yeah, let me tell you about it. So, here's what I did. And I'm not going to lie to you. Most of this article is about why they can't extend Josh Allen to the going rate right now. Okay? That's what most of the article is about. However, it is titled, Why Trading Josh Allen for the Right Return Makes Sense. And basically in that article, I lay out the situation. I lay out the stats, and I compare stats to guys like, well, not even Nick Bosa, because Nick Bosa's blowing his stats out of the water, and they were in the same draft. But a guy like Max Crosby, right, in the same draft as Josh Allen, just signed a 4-year, $94 million contract, average annual value of $23.5. Significantly better, Max Crosby has been. Harold Landry, looked at that guy for the Tennessee Titans, right? Good player. Just signed a 5-year, $87.5 million contract. Significantly better. Looked at Preston Smith. 4-year, $52 million contract. Better player. And what I basically did was I looked at these numbers, looked at the pay, and kind of found a spot where I think Josh Allen should be paid. And
Okay.
this is the main part of the article here.
It's really good. I got to check it out.
I said, after going through some stats, or I'm not going to give you all those, but I said,
thank you.
However, somewhere between $10 and $13 million of average annual value is where I would have a Josh Allen contract extension.
Okay.
But let's look at this from Josh Allen's side. That's what I said. Randy Gregory just signed a 5-year, $70 million contract with the Broncos with an AAV of $14 million. Randy Gregory has never in his career had more than 6 sacks in a season. Josh Allen's done that twice in 4 years. So you see the problem brewing?
Oh, yeah.
I think his stats right now have him around a $10 to $13 million a year player. And a guy who's done less just got paid $14 million. So there's the problem. You cannot afford to pay Josh Allen $15, $16, $17, $18 million a year. The performance has not been there for that amount of money. If it popped up on my screen right now and Josh Allen signed a 4-year deal with an average annual value of $13 million, I would be ecstatic. You hear me? I would be going nuts in this chair. Because that's about what they can pay him. Going by the stats, going by the going rate, $13 million is about where they should have Josh Allen. And if I'm Josh Allen, no chance I'm signing that deal. Because you go to the free agency market, things get nuts, someone will pay him more than $13 million.
Absolutely.
So that's where the part of my article lies. So if you're going to be far away on contract negotiations and somebody's willing to give you a first-round pick, come on. It makes too much sense. Because I don't trust this organization to get a deal done that's, 1, works for the team, and 2, works for Josh. So if the alternative is after next year's 5th-year option, Josh is just going to walk away, I would trade him now and get something for him. Because the Chiefs, somebody that's like Super Bowl ready, will win you or will give you a first-round pick. And I know the argument. Josh wants to be here. And I want Josh to be here. But you know what would make Josh not want to be here? A trade to the Kansas City Chiefs, a team that's ready to win the Super Bowl. He'd be like, yeah, I want to be in Jacksonville, but I also want to win a Super Bowl. A trade to the Buffalo Bills. Yeah, it's cold, but they're maybe the best team in the league. I just think it makes too much sense.
Okay. Yeah, if that scenario were to pop up, because I don't know who's been calling the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I'm guessing it depends on what the vision is moving forward, regardless of are you playing that game of chance with Josh potentially walking away if we can't come to an agreement on an actual contract. The thing that I always got to lean back on, though, is this.
Mm-hmm.
So first and foremost, we want Josh Allen to be that guy.
We do. Well,
but then we also want Trayvon Walker to be that guy.
Somebody's got to.
And you hope that one of those two figure it out. And since Trayvon just got here this year, you would think that, okay, what he's figuring out, you kind of give him a little bit of slack, right? However, you're like, okay, you're still athletic enough. You're still going to be an issue even if you're getting blocked, but you're going to take some of that pressure off of.
Let me throw this in real quick.
Yeah.
I know that we've had differing opinions on Trayvon Walker. And I made some jokes about him right when we were watching the game the other week. I'm fine with Trayvon Walker. Right? So to your point, like me, a half sack, like I say that as as a number 1 pick. Mostly kidding, right? I'm fine with Trayvon Walker. I didn't expect him to have 10 sacks this year. I think he's progressing okay. More splash plays would be nice, but to your point, I'm good with that. Anyway, please continue.
So if Trayvon is still growing, maturation, whatever you want to call it, at the very least, the kind of headache that you can cause will allow some of that pressure to be alleviated off of you, Josh. So now we can really see what you can do, maybe more one-on-ones as opposed to being double-teamed because we don't have anybody else on the defense that the offense is worried about. And because that we haven't seen what we think we should see from somebody that we're looking at, okay, we're going to be paying this guy like he's the main guy on our defense, the one causing a lot of havoc, the one that's actually getting the numbers. Not just causing the havoc, but getting the numbers at a position. It'd be a little bit different if he was like, a nose tackle, actually on the line, like interior lineman type deal. But at his position, I think a lot of people are looking at it like, yo, bro, you got to do more. You have to do more. But that's where the conundrum lies because I will never know the in-depth scheme of the Caldwell defense. I don't know what they're asking Josh Allen to do, and that's not an excuse. It's just legit. I don't know what they're asking him to do. But I'm assuming that they're wanting him to do more, even if they're not coming up to Josh and being like, hey, man, can you get 8 sacks? Can he cause more of a headache right here? I don't know the amount of pressures that he's had. I don't know any of those detailed numbers from this last game. But I will say it feels a bit underwhelming. Just as the casual fan looking at the game right here. Now, I'd be interested in hearing, like those behind-the-door conversations between Josh and his agent, how much is he willing to compromise? Because we're on a whole different level when we start talking about contracts and money in your career in football. So a lot of people maximize it. People like Tom Brady taking less money over the years is different because Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying, 20-plus years, all these Super Bowl championships, is a different situation. More times than not, especially in these professional sports, I know in basketball for sure, and I don't know how it is in Major League Baseball, like players get pushback if you're trying to, even give like a major hometown type discount because it's about like the next player up. Like we're trying to get all the salaries up for all the players because everybody might not be the main Pro Bowl guy on their team. And so now you're thinking about, guy number 52, 53 on the roster who you want to get as much money as possible while they're in the league. I'm not saying that, Josh is going to be coming from the kindness of his heart like that. He wants some money for him based off of what he thinks he's done and what he's deserved. But I'd be interested in hearing, I know he'll never say it, like those kind of things never come out, but I'd be interested in wondering how much they could compromise. What number would be fair? I don't know what you said in your article. Did you actually come up with a fair number or a number that you would only pay Josh?
13.
Okay, I heard you say 13, but you don't think that's not a fair number to Josh. I'm just saying, do you think
I don't know what a fair number to Josh is. I'm just telling you that
he's not coming 13.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Because Randy Gregory just got 14, right? So if I'm Josh Allen, I'm not taking a penny over 15, and if I'm the Jags, I'm not paying him a penny over 13. Okay? So that's where the problem lies.
That's that little $2 million. I say little, but you know what I'm saying. So
8 to 10 depending on the length of the contract, right? So let me throw this one at you as well. Keep in mind, by the way, the Denver Broncos were down both of their starting tackles. Garrett Bowles is on IR, and the right tackle, I forget, was out for the game. So they were working on backup tackles. And Trayvon Walker got a half sack. Josh Allen got none. Meanwhile, DeJuan Smoot's out there with a sack and a half. And I put this in the article, and I said if a first-round pick is on the table for a team that has gone 12-45 in their last 57 games, why not? Newsflash, you can find a guy to average 6 to 8 sacks a season, and I believe that. DeJuan Smoot is well on his way to his 4th straight season over 5.5 sacks, never playing more than 65% of snaps in a season. So think about that. You got DeJuan Smoot, who last year played 65% of snaps and had 6 sacks. Josh Allen had 7.5, playing all the time. You're not that far off. Now, does Josh Allen make DeJuan Smoot better? Without a doubt. Absolutely and unquestioned. But DeJuan Smoot put in work yesterday against a backup tackle. Josh Allen did not. And I know that's the recency bias playing in, but I'm just telling you what happened. And I'm telling you, DeJuan Smoot's a better player than he's getting credit for. And I'm not saying pay DeJuan Smoot a ton of money, make him your frontline guy, okay, whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is give this guy some more snaps because you might have something that I know they think they have something. They might have something more than they have. I want to address this one on the stream real quick, Brian, before we get out of here. There's 2 of them. One is, how are you getting a first-round draft pick for someone who isn't a sack leader? It's a good question. And I can only tell you what I'm seeing being reported, right? The Score had it earlier that people are calling. We had it, I think it was Schefter that had it a couple last week, that like a first-round pick could be on the table for Josh Allen. I can just tell you what I've seen reported. I don't know that to be true. But I think if you're a good defense with another pass rusher, you're looking at Josh Allen and say, yeah, we can make that guy better. 7.5 sacks, we can get him to 10. We can get him that number. And that's the question. So I don't know who's going to give up a first-round pick, but I think if you're a team like Kansas City and if you're a team like Buffalo, Philly's loaded up on pass rushers, so I guess they're good there. But I think teams that feel like they're a pass rusher away, Josh Allen at 1 first-round draft pick is a cheaper option than a Brian Burns, who apparently was offered 2 and they said no. So I think that's where that comes in. I mean, to be honest, we don't know if anybody's offering a first-round pick. I can only tell you what I'm seeing reported, but I think a team would give up a first-round pick if you're a good team like Kansas City. And then I am legend with pretty much what I just said, but all I know is we have been up against backups and practice squad guys, and he can't get home. That's unacceptable. Well, for the 7th pick in the draft, it kind of is, right? So anyway, I wrote this article. You can check it out on ESPN690.com if you so choose. So, if you want, there's a bunch of numbers. There's a bunch of contracts in there. So if you're into that kind of stuff, I'd appreciate it. It's on ESPN690.com. Brian Middleton, the rest of the defense got off easy there because we are way over on the break. But It's almost hard to believe that they gave up a 9-play, 98-yard drive. 98 yards for a score, which Denver took a 14-10 lead at the time. And then they went like 7 for 80 or something like that on the other scoring drive. So that's how that played out. I'm done with them. I'm not talking about the Jags until at least tomorrow. College football, other things coming up next. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We'll be right back.
Explain to me again why we're here at this pumpkin patch in the middle of the night.
Since pumpkin prices have gone through the roof this year, we're gonna swipe these babies so we can sell them and make a fortune.
Why can't we go back to breaking into houses?
Because so many people have discovered SafeTouch security that it's putting us out of business. I mean, between SafeTouch's 45-second response time, the two-way communicator...
Boss, wait. Over there near that big pumpkin, it's a SafeTouch sign. The patch is wired.
Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of SafeTouch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Call 886-4664 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Jeep Adventure Days. Trade in that Jeep you've been driving for years and get a brand new one from your local Jeep headquarters. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Westside. We've got the selection you're looking for. Compass, Wrangler, Cherokee, and Grand Cherokee. Don't forget about Gladiator. It can do it all. See our inventory at jackscjdrwestside.com. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue, Westside.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, 24/7 support, free access to product specialists, and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
People often ask me, how much money do I have to pay you up front to be my personal lawyer? The answer is nothing. It's free unless we win. What about a slip and fall or car crash case? Free unless we win.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you ready for a scary good deal? Then get to Arlington Toyota for the Ghost Your Payments event and watch your payments like a ghost disappear. How about no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase? Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
ESPN690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. Here's the true part of the story. I ran us out of time. Got worked up. I was talking about the Jags, and I ran us straight out of time. But if you're new here and you don't usually join us on Mondays, we have another half hour to go because we have football coming up at 7:30 of the Monday Night Variety. and we will take you up until 7:30. I'm not kidding, though. I'm done with the Jags for today, okay? So I'm talking college football on the other side. Georgia, Florida. I have some thoughts about the Florida Gators. Brian Harsin got fired at Auburn. We'll look into that as well. South Carolina did not show out. We'll have to check out with Brian Middleton on that. He also picked the Florida Gators to beat the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll have to check in on that as well. So we will do all of that after the top of the hour. We have to hit another break, though, because like I said, folks, I ran us out of time. We appreciate you coming back if you want to, and we talk college football on the other side. Overtime, Brian Middleton, Kasey Kurtz will be right back.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Jeep Adventure Days. Trade in that Jeep you've been driving for years and get a brand new one from your local Jeep headquarters. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got the selection you're looking for. Compass, Wrangler, Cherokee, and Grand Cherokee. Don't forget about Gladiator. It can do it all. See our inventory at jackscjdrwestside.com. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue. Westside.
October is birthday month for Zero Res. To celebrate, just say happy birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you up to $75 off your cleaning. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums apply, so give us a call. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Jeep Adventure Days. Trade in that Jeep you've been driving for years and get a brand new one from your local Jeep headquarters. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got the selection you're looking for. Compass, Wrangler, Cherokee, and Grand Cherokee. Don't forget about Gladiator. It can do it all. See our inventory at jackscjdrwestside.com. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. Expect something more. I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue. Westside.
Selling your home during the holidays can be easy with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free and make the most money. When you get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Look at all these great masks. These make great disguises for breaking into houses.
Just make sure you don't go near any Safe Touch houses.
Hey, that house we've been casing, when are those folks going out of town again?
Black Friday. And since they don't have Safe Touch security, we don't have to worry.
No Safe Touch means no two-way communicator or crash and smash technology, no video monitoring.
And no headaches for me.
What do you think of my new mask?
You find another house without Safe Touch and the mask is on me.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses.
Call Safe Touch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Ready to hit the road this fall? Maybe a trip to the mountains or over the river to Grandma's? Then listen up, because you need to rent a Toyota from Arlington Toyota. If you've tried to rent lately, then you know rental companies are short on inventory, but not our friends over at Arlington Toyota Rent-A-Car. Arlington has 2022 and 2023 models in stock and ready to rent at a great price. Plus, renting a Toyota is the best way to try it before you buy it. Go to arlingtontoyota.com, reserve your rental, and discover just how good Toyota Rent-A-Car can be.
We're local, you're local. Shop local. Please shop local retailers right here in the 904.
Shop the 904.
When you shop local retailers, you're making an investment in our community.
When you shop locally owned businesses, most of the money you spend with them stays right here in our community. Shop these great local businesses.
Air conditioning, David and Associates, Farah and Farah, Florida Eye Specialist, Rhino Shield, Peterbrook Chocolate.
Now, more than ever, we need to support local businesses and shop the 904.
They're a big part of what makes living in the 904 so great. To get your business listed, email shopthe904@cmg.com. That's shopthe904@cmg.com. Get your business listed.
Shop the 904.
To get your business listed, email shopthe904@cmg.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
Hey, it's Brent Mortno from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent AS Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m.
and
or
Levine
listen
Studios.
on ESPN
Anajar
690.
Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Mark Robbins. Happy Halloween. Is it going to be a treat to watch Game 3 of the World Series, or will rain trick us and postpone the game between the Astros and Phillies in Philadelphia? Well, coverage is underway right now on ESPN Radio. The beginning of the game at 8:03 p.m. Eastern. Up in the air at this moment. The tarp is on the field at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Of course, the series is tied at a game apiece, and, well, you can catch it. Our coverage, as I mentioned, begins right now on ESPN Radio. Monday Night Football set for Cleveland as the rival Cincinnati Bengals come looking for some Halloween candy. You can catch this one on ESPN and the ESPN app at 8 o'clock. A big trade in the NFL today as the Bears send linebacker Roquan Smith to their leading tackler to the Baltimore Ravens for linebacker A.J. Klein and a number 2 draft pick and a 5th round, 2 draft picks, a 2nd rounder and a 5th rounder next year. ESPN's Dan Orlovsky loves to move for the Ravens.
When I think of Baltimore's defense for the last 15 years, I think of like Ray Lewis and I think of C.J. Mosley. And so we've all said that this doesn't look like the Ravens' defense of old. I'm not saying Roquan is either of those guys, but he certainly looks a lot like Mosley did before he left, right? So if you're going to go to the number 1 seed, you're going to have to beat Tennessee. You're going to have to handle their run game. You're going to have to handle Buffalo or New England's run game. I'd love to move for Baltimore.
That is Dan Orlovsky earlier on ESPN's NFL Live.
Gonna be a busy morning on Tuesday. We got Game 3 of the World Series. We got a big one on Monday night, the battle for bragging rights in Ohio, and we'll be the place to talk about it all. It's Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Half hour. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. If you hung through both breaks, we appreciate you greatly. If you're just jumping in your car, we appreciate you as well on the stream. Wherever you may be listening to the program, we appreciate you doing so. The broadcast on Brian Middleton is on the 1s and 2s, and I am Kasey Kurtz for another half hour right here on ESPN 690. Yeah, okay. There was just some conflicting reports about Game 3 of the World Series, right? You heard something on the SportsCenter update that wasn't necessarily correct. I don't want to put anybody on blast, but I do want to tell you that we saw it on TV. I'm looking at it in a tweet, so I feel pretty good about telling you that that game has been postponed and rescheduled due to rain in Philadelphia. So Game 3 will not happen tonight. It will happen tomorrow at 8:03 p.m. So... no game tonight, just football. We weren't going to have the game on the radio anyway because we have football. We were going to have what was supposed to be Game 4 tomorrow. So now we'll have Game 3 tomorrow because Game 3 has been postponed from tonight to tomorrow. Was that confusing, Brian? Did I explain that well?
No, I got you. Let me ask you a question before we get into some college football.
Sure
so
thing.
When something like this happens, because I am not a follower of baseball intently on any level, right?
Yeah.
But just like every other sport, there are habits, there's schedules, there's routines, right?
Yeah.
So especially in something as big as the World Series, does this throw things off, or do players love this because you get another day's rest regardless of the routine?
So I would say the players are probably a bit thrown off. But if you are Rob Thompson If you are Dusty Baker, you're cheering because Rob Thompson in game 1 had to burn up that bullpen, right? And they won the game, so it worked. But that's another day off that you can let your bullpen sit and not have to throw the baseball. Same thing on the Astros side. And you're one day closer to getting Aaron Nola back. You're one day closer for the Astros to get Justin Verlander back. And you didn't have to throw the baseball today. So now, instead of them going in, a game 6, they're going in a game 5. Or if they were going to go in game 5, they could potentially go in game 4 because you get that extra day of rest. So I would say the hitters, right, they're probably thrown off a bit, especially the guys that are hot. Bryce Harper's hitting like 500 in the playoffs, which is insane. I bet he wanted to see some pitching today, especially at home. So there's a little bit of that nature, but I bet the managers are not mad about it at all because you're going to get extra rest for your pitchers, which is the biggest thing right now. So I'd say it's a win-win for both teams. You might have a guy thrown off or two, but I think just what you get back in the return for the pitching, I think it's a win-win for both managers. They're probably okay with it.
Gotcha.
That would be my guess. So we'll talk more about the World Series as we go along the rest of the week, but no game tonight. Georgia, Florida.
Oh, boy.
We were there, Brian. We were there.
Oh, boy.
So was everybody, by the way. Every seat in the press box full. Holy cow. The Georgia Bulldogs, for like 11 minutes at the start of the second half, I don't know what was going on.
Had my Twitter fingers ready.
You did.
I needed one more big play from them guys.
Didn't get it.
At all.
Outside of those 11 minutes, they dominated.
Yeah.
In the big picture, because what you saw in those 11 minutes, right? Because it was bad. They couldn't stop them, busted coverage, turning the football over if you're Stetson Bennett. Big picture, you worried about that for the Georgia Bulldogs? Like, I know it's only 11 minutes, but you play that bad against an Alabama, against maybe even Tennessee? I don't know if you can come back and win that football game.
Yeah. The thing about Florida, they clearly were outmatched.
No doubt.
And, from player 1 to the last guy on the roster, that's one thing. 2, Florida made them pay during that 11-minute stretch you're talking about in the second half when Stetson Bennett was throwing like back-to-back INTs. They made them pay, but not fully. I think one of those turnovers ended up being 3 points. And when you start talking about maybe the SEC championship, or you talk about facing Tennessee, heck, you talk about facing an Ohio State team, they probably going to score touchdowns on those. And the way that the momentum swung, when you're dealing with a better team, they're going to keep that momentum. You're going to have to do more than what Georgia did in order to get that momentum back. I mean, Coach Smart was talking about it as well in the press conference, Kasey, when he was talking about losing that momentum and trying to get it back, and it's tough to do. I mean, you just know that kind of top of mind, but when you're actually watching that game and you're seeing it live and you're just like, okay, this has shifted completely to a team that shouldn't be in the stratosphere with you, and the final score kind of showed that.
Yeah. I'll co-sign the Gators definitely shouldn't have been in the stratosphere.
I will say this, and I'll lean on it. If you can make I get Stetson Bennett is a national champion, and he led that team to the championship. Good for him. I'm happy for his story.
Yeah, you said that during the game.
If you make Stetson Bennett have to beat you, you can beat UGA. Because what I saw during that period, that momentum didn't get back on track for UGA because of Stetson Bennett. It wasn't some immaculate pass to, down the field like P.J. Walker. The Carolina Panthers' own P.J. Walker.
Good for P.J. Walker, by the way.
And that's not a knock on Stetson Bennett. I just think that UGA is so good in their backfield, just running the ball. Or even if you do a quick pass to one of these wide receivers or the 7'1" tight end. You know what I'm saying? Like Washington or whatever his name is.
Yes.
I'm just like, he doesn't have to do much. It's okay if he just manages the game. But if you can somehow keep it close and your team stacks up well with their team, whether it be matchup-wise or just because we got the same amount of athletes, our coach is just as good, like a Tennessee or Alabama, the way that they're showing out, Ohio State, name one of those teams. I got to be real with you, man. They can get got.
I think they can.
But in order to get them to get got, that's what you got to try to fight through. And most teams are not going to be able to just take that onslaught and, do what they have to do to win, Kasey. So
13 different players with a sack for the Tennessee Volunteers. That is the recipe. come from different players, come from different angles, and to your point, make Stetson Bennett uncomfortable. And I agree with what you said there. You saw it. Like when they were able to get on him, which was not a lot. It was only for about 11 minutes in the entire football game. But he looked uncomfortable, and he made bad decisions. He made bad throws. And he made bad throws that weren't picked off in that stretch, by the way, that could have been. So, yeah, I think that is the recipe to beating them. The problem is you don't get pressure a lot because they have a good offensive line, and they have really good running backs when they run the football. Yeah. And they have the best tight ends in the country. So you can get it out in a second because 5 yards to the 6'7", 270-pound tight end, you feel pretty good about that. So, yeah, I feel the same way as you, though, man. They can be got. And that's what brings me to Tennessee. We'll get back to the Florida Gators. But I want to go to Tennessee here, who I said in ESPN690 Game Day Live. Not that I didn't believe in Tennessee before, because they had obviously earned it. But I said, cover the spread against Kentucky, right? Beat Kentucky by 10. Beat Kentucky by 14. They won 44-6.
Yeah, impressive.
Tennessee's legit. Tennessee has the recipe to beat Georgia. Because the Gators, to your point, Brian, the Gators put something on tape. And like, hey, if you can get after this guy, make it uncomfortable, you got a shot. And if the Tennessee Volunteers win this game, it does not matter what happens in Atlanta for the SEC championship. The Tennessee Volunteers will go to the college football playoff. SEC champions or not. Because you beat Georgia, you beat Alabama, you're going.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You're going as a one-loss non-SEC champion.
Yeah.
You are going 100%.
I agree.
And if you're the Georgia Bulldogs, it's not your season, but in a sense it is. Because if you lose to the Tennessee Volunteers and Tennessee doesn't slip up and goes to the SEC championship and Alabama beats them, well, you're taking one loss Tennessee and you're taking one loss Alabama. And Georgia's on the outside just that quick. So this is a big one for the Georgia Bulldogs. And again, can Tennessee do what Florida did in that 11-minute stretch for an entire football game? Yet to be seen, right? Is Tennessee proven? They beat Alabama. They whooped up on Kentucky. It's a different test going to Athens. They're going to have to play this football game on the road. So, by the way, holy cow, I almost cursed.
Wait, what popped up?
The ticket price. Hit Fat Joe quick.
Okay, man, where we at?
I can't not do this, Brian. This is
Yesterday's
insane.
price is not today's price.
The cheapest ticket available for this football game is $568.
Huh?
What football game? The NFL?
The Tennessee Volunteers and the Georgia Bulldogs at Sanford Stadium, 3:30, Saturday, November 5th. $568.
That's terrible.
I mean,
holy cow.
I would be like, yo, put the credentials in. But
right.
That's going to be a great game, though.
That's going to be a great game. I can't get over that.
Damn.
I will be as locked in as I've been to a college football game that I don't care about either team winning. That is something. Wow. The Florida Gators, as we transition on Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. The Florida Gators. All right. I'm just going to give it to you. I thought about this last night. A lot, actually. Billy Napier is in a bad situation because of the Florida Gators doing Florida Gator things. Now, let me explain. I'm not sure if Billy Napier is the truth, right? I don't know if Billy Napier is the guy. It's too early to tell. But here's what I thought about. That defense is awful. And those aren't his guys, right? Those are Dan Mullen's guys. So just paint this picture in your head. This is what the Florida Gators should have done last year. They should not have fired Dan Mullen. They should have let Dan Mullen ride it out, come back this year, and go out there with this defense that couldn't stop like Creekside. And that's no shot on Creekside. But the Gators defense can't really stop anybody. They should have let Dan Mullen take the fall for that this year because those were his guys. And obviously it's not working. So Billy Napier's got to claw his way back from this after one bad year. And I think they should have let Dan Mullen take the fall for that. I think he should have came into the job this year. You fire him now, and you hire Matt Rule.
What? I'm sorry. I think I zoned out at one point, and I heard you say hire Matt Rule.
That's what the Gators should have done.
Instead of Billy Napier.
They should have let Mullen ride this thing out last year.
I can have him.
And then fired him this year and brought in Matt Rule.
These guys are 4-4. They've had some great wins. And
they had a great win. A great win.
They had a great win.
Thank you.
They're 4-4 right now.
They are 4-4.
This guy's making this program the way he wants it to.
They beat, just to confirm. Talk to me. They beat Utah.
What's Utah rank?
At the time, I don't know what they are now. At the time, they were 7. They beat South Florida by 3.
South Florida has 1 win.
At home. They beat Eastern Washington. Think about that. I know Utah's good, right? But for the sake of the conversation, Utah is not an SEC team.
The 12th.
Utah, South Florida, Eastern Washington does not sound like a schedule the Gators should be only beating.
Yeah.
And then you finally beat an SEC team in Missouri. They will then play Texas A&M.
Missouri is one of the best teams in the SEC, by the way. So.
No, they are not.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
They are not.
Absolutely are.
You are out of your mind. They will play Texas A&M this week in College Station, which I have a thought on that one as well. They will play South Carolina. They will play Vanderbilt. And they will play the Florida State Seminoles. There's a very realistic chance they go running 1-3. And I feel like that's a real
you're a pessimist. Listen, man, Billy Napier is growing these guys in some capacity. Okay, so defensively, if they can, UJ is the most difficult opponent they're going to face all year. And somehow, some way, they were able to make some adjustments to make the third quarter doable, right?
11 minutes.
11 minutes. That's a long time, Casey. That's longer than some other teams against UGA. No other team is going to be able to overwhelm you left on the schedule the way that UGA has been. So, in
Florida
theory,
State could.
The way UGA, not the way UGA. I'm going to knock that off. Maybe a quarterback, but I'm going to knock that off with the rest of that. We ain't gonna do that right now, okay?
All right, but we are gonna.
No, you gonna put some respect on UJ's name before I move on. Now, come on.
We are gonna do that at some point because the Gators can't stop anybody, and Florida State has receivers that are making plays.
But here's the deal,
and they have 3 good running backs.
If they can extend what they did against UGA for 11 minutes against lesser competition that may still be good, just as good as Florida, but not markedly better than them. They got a chance in all of these games right here. You say 1-3, all they gotta do is get the 6 wins to get to a bowl. That's still a rule.
Yeah, but 1-3 is not to 6.
Well,
to 5.
That's why I'm saying, they probably could, sneak another one in, maybe go 3-1. Billy Napier is making this program into what he wants to make it into. All right, the same kind of lack of patience that I used to tell Jags fans until this London game. Florida Gator fans, actually, you kind of had this coming. You know what I mean? You know how I feel about Florida Gator fans and their lack of gratefulness of being a good program across all sports. Anyway, my point is this, Kasey. I think Florida is just fine. I think they got the guy they need in the actual position. And can we give it a season? Can I get to the end of the season?
No. Let's go to break. Bring the music, but I do want to give you one last final thought on the Florida Gators. Hear me out. Noon. College Station. This Saturday, Texas A&M, the Aggies, Jimbo Fisher. Is he on the hot seat? I don't know, but things ain't going right in A&M. The Florida Gators come to town, 4-4, needing a victory. I say we flip this thing on its head. We go WWE mode, and it's a contract game. The winner keeps his job. The loser has to coach Nebraska. Thoughts?
Give me a hell yeah.
I'm with you, Stone Cold. Wouldn't that be awesome if they had to coach for your job? Loser coaches Nebraska.
Oh, boy.
That'd be awesome. I think it's a great idea. It's not going to happen, obviously.
Maybe. New league.
I think it's awesome. Can you imagine if they had to coach for their job?
It'd be impressive.
Hey, real talk,
I would
though.
like that.
If Jimbo loses at home to the Gators, I mean, do you think about it?
Think about how much money they've lost out on.
They'd be 3-6, and it'd be 5 straight.
What's their salary cap? What's Texas A&M? Are they near their salary cap right now?
Boy, they at the top.
Because They got an MLB type payroll on there.
I'm telling you, watch that. Because their wins are against Sam Houston, Miami, who's terrible, and Arkansas, who was pretty good at the time, and they won by 2. That's something to monitor if the Florida Gators win in College Station. More to do. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We'll be right back. The only place to hear Maurice Jones-Drew in Jacksonville is on ESPN 690 every single Monday.
I believe that you can't continue to get rid of talented players in Jacksonville. How many times do we have to go through this? You got rid of Jalen Ramsey. You got rid of Fowler. You got rid of this guy. You got rid of that guy. You let Calais Campbell go, who's still playing. Are we going to continue to let talented players go and go ball out for other teams? And then be like, well, they weren't good here because they were a distraction or they had a horrible attitude. Like, no, he's a talented player. Talent wins in the National Football League.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly cloudy and very mild tonight with some areas of fog developing as temperatures drop only into the 60s. It'll become partly sunny and another unseasonably warm day tomorrow. Your Tuesday high will reach the mid-80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Ram Power Days. Choose a great deal from a great selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs from Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Bay Meadows. Drive a brand new Ram 1500 Bighorn and save on the pickup you really want. Choose a new Jeep Gladiator and get the best of both worlds. If we don't have exactly what you need, we will factory order it. Bring us your trade. Use the money for your down payment or keep the cash. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, I-295 and Bay Meadows.
Hi, I'm Uzo Aduba. If you're a cancer patient in the U.S. and its territories or Canada, you may be able to help science uncover the next breakthrough by sharing your patient data and unique experience with researchers. Join the movement at standuptocancer.org/countmein.
Do you know what people see when they Google you? Search engines don't always get it right. And when they're wrong, it's your reputation on the line. So what do you do when you don't agree with your search results? Call Reputation Defender at 800-401-6681. Reputation Defender by Norton is one of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. We have over a decade of experience in fixing people's search results, and we can help you too. Using cutting-edge approaches, Reputation Defender pushes unflattering information down to lower pages of your search results, where few people ever look. We also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, letting you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. You owe it to yourself to take control with Reputation Defender. Visit www.reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 for free advice on your situation. 800-401-6681. That's 800-401-6681.
Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Happy Halloween, I guess. Kind of forgot, but happy Halloween if you're listening. ESPN 690 Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We've done nothing Halloween-y all day here, but we do something Halloween-y now. Right, Brian Middleton?
Yeah, close. Thought I had a Halloween bed. I don't really have one. But we got to start bench remove the Halloween edition, Kasey Kurtz. Are you ready?
That one bed could work. Okay, this one works too.
Which one?
The disappointed fan bases.
Oh.
Look at that, huh?
Yeah, you're right, Kasey. Man.
We don't have a lot of time, though.
Yeah, we do. We got about 2 minutes. It's all good, man. Are you ready, Kasey Kurtz?
See, this is Halloween-y. I'm ready.
All
Halloween, baby. Let's do it.
First up, scariest Jags performance in a bad way.
Oh, jeez.
Trevor's first pick, Trevor's second pick, or the defense allowing the Broncos to get a 98-yard scoring drive.
Start the first pick, bench the second pick.
Okay. All right. That sounds right. All right, Kasey Kurtz, next up. Scariest characters, Freddy Krueger, Jason, or Urban Meyer as the Jags head coach.
I'll just start Urban Meyer. higher. Why not? Who do we think scarier, Jason or Freddie? I'll go Jason. Let's bench Jason. All right, yeah.
But you can't go to sleep with Freddy Krueger. He attacks you in your dream. That's a different kind of scary. All right, next up.
That is true.
Scariest scenario: being confronted by the Candyman, being in a Saw movie contraption, or watching the Jags get in shotgun formation when it's any down and goal from the 1-yard line.
Jags. Start the Jags.
Yeah, there you go. It's pretty scary.
Saw does freak me out, so I'm going to bench Saw, by the way.
Yeah, that sounds right, too.
I'm killing it. What else we got? That's hilarious.
All right, next up. Halloween Candy Hall of Fame, Kasey Kurtz. Hershey Chocolate Bar. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
How are the Jags going to get in this?
No, they're not.
Okay.
The Milky Way.
Reese's, we're going to start the Reese's.
There you go.
And we're going to bench the Milky Way. I'm not fond of straight chocolate. I'm not a big straight chocolate guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That was close.
All right, last one. Scariest scenario part 2. Being a Houston Texans defender, having to face Derrick Henry, facing Geno Smith, a Geno Smith-led offense with a healthy DK Metcalf and Kenneth Walker, or ending up in the sauce, having the Jets' Sauce Gardner guarding you the entire game.
Let's start the sauce.
Okay.
Geno Smith, we're going to have to bench because that's getting scarier by the week. And although I don't want to play Derrick Henry, I guess we got to remove him, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Kasey, that's it for the Halloween Lightning edition of Start Bench Remove.
I appreciate you, Brian Middleton, for making it the lighting edition. We got to get out of here, but we are back tomorrow, overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. Have a good rest of your Halloween night, everybody. We will talk to you again tomorrow. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
Explain to me again why we're here at this pumpkin patch in the middle of the night.
Since pumpkin prices have gone